Hello, you delightful beings out there, and welcome to the stream. I am Razim, and this is Recolors of the Lost Pathfinder, Episode 18, To the Depths Where Shadows Freeze. This is, as is usual with this particular campaign, we do have others that are also streaming this, so you can go check them out, twitch.tv/drunk_dragon_era, as well as Oneko Tayago. I probably butchered the name, the pronunciation of that again, but, go check them out. Otherwise, everybody else is doing their own intros right now, so we'll be back with some introducing the characters and then recap shortly. There is a tip goal today, though, which is a nice change of pace, so you'll see that down there in the bottom left there. And also, we should be having Wicked Whiskers come join us to do art here live on stream in a little bit. But for now, I'll go ahead and undeafen, and we'll see what happens. Where others are.
This is
Hi,
normal
I'm back.
for him. Welcome back. Thank you, Mala. I appreciate it.
No, wait, I keep doing it wrong.
You had it right. You just got to give the bot a moment or two. Nibbles has processing time.
No,
There
I
you
didn't
go.
have it right. I said
Ah.
Tayaga instead of Tayago.
Oh.
I am the powerfulest version of the Taya spell. Unless we get into like the other ones that are very inconsistently done.
So your Ultima Taya?
Sure,
you-
let's go with that.
No.
Taya
no,
Ultima?
No, that would be Taya Ja.
Yeah, they're like I was
Oh.
more referring to like when they go into like the Jaws and Za spells like that are incredibly inconsistent on when they feel like pulling those out.
Zataya. All right. Well, introductions first, if I'm not mistaken. So, yes, hello. I am your GM for tonight. I am Drunk Dragonera. I will be acting as the GM tonight. I'll be playing the GM. I'll be playing the world. I'll be playing the universe, and I'm going to be terrible to everybody and everything because that's the way I am. And Goki.
Hello, everyone. I'm Carcerus, also known as Key, and I'm playing Last Lost the Paladin, who recently had a therapy session and is still going to be an anxiety-riddled wreck. Okay, Viv, your turn.
I'm Viv. I play Shoal Brinecoat. I'm a cat shark ranger. I really don't like the Fae, and I bite stuff. Also, I'm hungry. All right,
Always
next.
hungry. Vari.
Do me last. I'm loading a thing.
Okay, well
Yes,
I'll
I
go
know.
then.
Go.
Hi, I'm Oneko Tayago, half demon, half cat, all friend VTuber. Twitch.tv/Oneko Tayago. Come check me out. I'm squishy, and I'll call you cute. And I'm playing Dr. Gerhard Volt. He's an artificer, and he's German, and he's insane. And yet he's also probably one of the most sane ones in this party for some reason. I don't get that. Anyways, it's off to Zim. Okay, now do it in English.
Oh, okay. Hello, everybody. I am Razim, and I am playing as Paint, the African wild dog, sentient feral, kineticist, entropist, and therapy doggo to Last Lost.
And a dirty Fae.
Oh, poor puppers.
I can't wait to push him into a puddle.
Stop being rude to my child.
I will
Push him
be as
into a
rude as I
poodle.
like.
How dare?
He's a dog. Push him into a poodle.
No.
Vari, you should probably go before this continues.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm Vari. I'm playing Fret Signature, the mute musician bard. Kitsune,
There we go.
and also another class that we shall see.
Yep, and just for all streams, RawZim is also streamed at raw_Zim. So am I. I'm drunk_dragon_era on twitch.tv. We are both going. There is donation goals on RawZim stream for the game, and there is a donation goal on my stream today that if you guys want to make me suffer, you can. So come see us. In the meantime, let's go to recap with story time with Darren. Ba, 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 ba. And it is all Yuki.
Never gonna get tired of that transition.
I have to interrupt the recap before it even begins because Huvie is a piece of crap.
Such grumpage.
Wait, did Huvie redeem an insult, or did Huvie like?
I can hear the sour candy wrapper.
Oh, that. Oh.
Bleh. I have a sour candy redeem where they make me take a sour candy. Bleh.
Okay, we good?
Wrecked, nerd.
I think we're good.
Okay.
Welcome, everybody. Last time was session 17. How deep the rabbit hole goes. Dr. Volt has been doing some research of his own recently, namely the creation of a new spell. Someone comes to Volt's laboratory door, an attendant who had been present for the crafting of last newest mask. The attendant states that Volt's boss requests his presence, then leaves. When Volt reaches the top office, his avian employer, because I forgot the man's name, swivels around in his egg chair with a creature made of paper sitting in his lap. He asks if this makes him look evil or approachable, lamenting when Volt explains it's the former. Setting his folded paper critter aside, the bird asks if Dr. Volt would like to hear the idea he had for another doctor he had been asking for. Since apparently there is a Dr. Holt in the building who was supposed to come to this meeting instead. Volt is always interested in promising new experiments, however. The idea is that of a non-detector detector, a device that can detect normally undetectable things. In essence, something that would find a hole in the various forms of the detection spectrum. The avianoid positing that it should be possible to detect a negative as much as a positive. And intrigued by this idea, Dr. Volt decides to attempt work on a proof of concept. He does ask if the Dr. Holt who is supposed to be called might be helpful for this. Unfortunately, Volt is informed that Holt doesn't do anything unless he's told to. Holt is apparently some form of undead lich who has literally worked his fingers to the bone multiple times before. Though Holt may be a useful source of scrolls and scroll work. The boss also notes that he needs to get Holt a mask at some point. He also laments at needing someone to take notes, which is why he wants a familiar. Dr. Volt suggests a crow, as they are already quite clever creatures. Although Volt is warned that Dr. Holt is more likely to be in their tower or Shadow's playground than in their office. While Volt can't promise any results or guarantees, he will keep his employer up to date on the nature of his proof of concept.
You can't promise any results or guarantees. Gets results in 2 days.
Yep, such is the way of Volt. The eccentric fowl also makes note of Twilight's new newspaper, suggesting that Volt fill out the questionnaire it has. It is now that Volt chooses to debrief his boss on his latest project, a more optimized version of Magic Missile. At hearing this, the bird leans on his desk, steepling his fingers in deep interest. Volt's spell concept is a lower yield version of Magic Missile, but a higher number of missiles by contrast. A Gatling gun of Magic Missiles, if one would. The firearm is more than familiar to both of the scientists. It is a concept more than interesting enough to be approved, especially as the city could use better defenses, especially given recent events. On which note, the bird mentions things feeling off around Twilight of late, muttering about mortal stressors still existing in the in-between realm. In closing, Volt's boss tells him the non-detector may be worked on the side, giving clearance to prioritize the magic Gatling concept. Shoal Brinecoat is greeted by a surprise visit from Erebane this morning. The dragon intending to put Shoal on the right track to handle their new hunger power. He only briefly starts to go into asking about what concept Shoal wants to focus on before the cat shark tells them succinctly that yes, they have a god they worship. On the way outside, Shoal is prompted to explain what god they have in mind. From Shoal's homeworld is a particularly ancient brine dragon titled the Whirlbringer, among other things. The kind of entity one normally doesn't go around messing with on a water world. Erebane's training involves getting Shoal to control his hunger and impulses, which means he goes to various food vendors and orders Shoal's favorite foods, then sits down with the cat shark to talk about various more intricate matters of faith. It sucks wholeheartedly for the cat shark, who has to wait until Erebane is done lecturing him to get said favorite food. And then Shoal is handed off to someone else that the cat shark will be meeting the next day for more training. Fret, meanwhile, returns to the world mirror to observe Sean's apprentice, the foxfolk that is not entirely Kitsune. He watches her making a number of arrows of masterwork quality, only for her to get aggravated and toss her wood dowel aside for a new one. Like she's annoyed at making higher quality regular arrows? And so the young smith continues her work, entering into a sort of trance as she smiths. Fred notices how familiar this young vixen appears, tilting his head as he tries to observe closer. While he can't quite place her entirely, it could be possible this apprentice smith might be descended from the Signature family. Eventually, Fret leaves the Luminary Square to go find Shoal. He comes across the cat shark being tortured and not being allowed to eat their favorite food right in front of their nose. Trying to be nice, but adding insult to injury, Fret offers a Wandermeal bar to his companion. In retaliation, Shoal shoves Fret over like he's a glass on a countertop. Taking it in stride, Fret sits nearby and munches loudly on his Wandermeal bar. An unwise move, but Shoal's revenge will eventually come to the Kitsune. The fox does relent at some point, patting the cat shark on the head to console the poor quadruped. Later on at night, Fret finds himself drawn into a particular dreamscape, one currently hosting Gankabos. For one reason or another, Gankabos decided to pay Fret a little visit in the one safe way he might while the fox is in twilight. With the Devil Prince is a pouting grub in a jar, which Gankabos notes is one of those friends he was looking for. Since this is a dreamscape, Fret uses a sitar to write in the air, rather than just conjure a regular old chalkboard. He gives a very brief synopsis of what he and his friends have been doing since having last been in contact with Whiskers. To which the devil prompts Fret if the Kitsune wondered why he's called Whispers. When Fret doesn't show immediate and immense curiosity, Gankabos needles him until he asks. The answer is simple: he only communicates with his followers in whispers. Though on the subject of followers, Whispers says he's feeling like he should start working again. His attention drawn, Fret leans forward and steeples his fingers, writing in the air asking what sort of business the devil is doing. Gankabos explains at length that clearly Fret has and will encounter people that would be better off having their souls sent to the hells or some such. Perhaps to a devil prince in need of power to wreak retribution on those that imprisoned and wronged him. While Fret isn't interested in worship, he does write out that perhaps they can come to an agreement. Words that are magic to Whisper's eyes. The general deal being that Whispers gives Fret some power. Fret sends some evildoers Whisper's way. The cycle continues so long as it is a beneficial arrangement. When the Kitsune doesn't know what a warlock is, Whispers likens the arrangement to that of a sugar daddy, which Fret vaguely knows what that is.
I can't help but notice the tendency in these era campaigns for everyone to, in a way, get warlocked.
Oh, that's an era thing.
Yeah, I
no,
can't
like,
help it. I like warlocks.
you go through an era campaign, you're gonna get basically a sugar daddy who provides you either immense physical or magical wealth.
Can't help it. Also, really quickly, just that way we can go through this list and it doesn't get longer. Thank you for the tip, Ido. Thank you for the the sub, Mala, and Cosmo. Why would you cause me this pain? I have to look at that. I can't escape it this time.
Huh?
He made my donation goal uneven.
Wrecked.
Did he go over the amount or just under the amount?
No, he made it a weird number, so I
No.
Well,
Like,
the-
is it over the round number or under the round number?
Over.
it's 1362 right now. It's a weird number.
Okay, so that's
That's still an even number, by the way.
Yes, it's numerical
Okay.
dysphoria or whatever.
no. If it's 1362, the next round number is 15. So he needs to donate Cosmo money.
Yeah.
I'm going to move on with the recap.
Yes, please.
Eventually, Fret gets to asking what the catch is. The catch is that Gonkabos wants Fret to ensure that evil creatures and people that need to die, that the fox finds out in the material spheres, have their souls go to him. A simple ritual to perform over the bodies to ensure those wicked souls head to Gonkabos. Of course, the devil reassures he wouldn't ask anything like ritual sacrifice of Fret. That might upset Erebane. But sinners being sent where they belong? Well, the Great Shadow may not mind that as much. Fred offers to ask Erebane if he would mind that, since Whiskers doesn't wish to ask for permission himself. After a pause, Fred asks about sending Proteans to the devil. While they would be greatly appreciated, Gunkabos doubts Fred's ability to capture and damn them. Although Whispers is quite interested in having a discussion about law and chaos with the Proteans making a mess in Twilight, if possible. Something Fred is equally intent on seeing happen if he can. Fred mentions how the Proteans have brought contaminated god's blood to the realm. This makes Whispers roll his eyes and grumble, but seems relatively nonplussed. Although Gonkabos makes mention of his other warlock, the angry soul of the child who made the candy wish, a wish put in their head by the same devil who is now a soul grub in a jar. A soul grub in a jar present in the dreamscape. A grub that Whispers offers over to Fret as a plaything for a while if he so chooses. Shrugging, he scribbles out that he might be able to find something to do with it, but he's not sure about keeping such a creature in Twilight. For now, though, Fret chooses to enjoy tea with Whispers. At least he might be able to present the devil grub to Erebane as a snack. Rewinding the clock a bit, Last and Paint stand outside of Recaller's HQ. Lost is unsure of what to do. He's so tired and overwhelmed from everything that's happened recently. He notices Paint still clinging to his unsteady leg and asks the odd what he'd like to do. Should they go find Erebane, or go home? Pondering for a bit, the canine tugs on Last's arm and begins dragging him along Twilight streets. Paint leads his steed out the southern gate of the city and heads west. Across the golden fields and into the forest at the western side of the realm. Paint somehow understands that the forest's geography is strange, focusing on a tree from his homeworld, a home he once stayed at. Moving up to the large tree with a hollow at its base, Paint sits down and moves a paw, motioning for Lost to join him. It takes a moment for the dazed Vapor Cat to respond, coming to sit with his friend. Paint projects images and senses of the city and an oppressiveness to it. Then of coming to the forest, the clearing, the tree, of relief and weight coming off one's shoulders. Heaving out an exaggerated sigh, Paint looks up at Lost. Last manages a smile and heaves a sigh in return, seeming to relax a little as he removes his helmet. The Stavnos puts an arm around his canine, starting to sink into the tranquility of the glade. Yet, even as he relaxes, thoughts come to him unbidden. How? How could his mask, cast into oblivion, have appeared in that mirror image? How could his gods, which banished his people, contact him now? How in Twilight? How? Without realizing it, Last has begun to hold Paint tighter and tighter, the silhouette of his vapors disturbed and agitated. Barking loudly, Paint startles the Vapor Cat back into focus. Apologizing, Lost tries to explain the thoughts he's having won't leave him alone. After some consideration, Lass pushes himself up to leave. He tells Paint that he needs to apologize to Arabane, then has questions to ask. The kineticist repeatedly sends images to Lost, trying to get him to understand he's rushing in without having his thoughts gathered. Being impatient, giving into a desire to try and deal with things before he's ready. Last ineffectively tries to argue with Paint, expressing how tired he is of making the same mistakes, of hoping. The favorite cat plagued by how stupid he feels, hoping that any part of his world could still exist. With his power, Paint pulls Lost's mask from his grip and lays on it, inciting the paladin to go over and demand it back. It's now that Paint finally gets through to Last, and he gives in to staying with his companion. It takes nearly a week for Lost to finally get his thoughts in line and fight off the worst parts of his anxiety. It's over these days that Dr. Volt completes a prototype of his magic gatling and begins work on the non-detector, which involves getting in touch with the bony Dr. Holt, who helps provide the many scrolls necessary to complete a prototype mock-up of the non-detector. Shoal, meanwhile, is trained by an oddly noble-garbed fellow when it comes to their hunger exercises. A fairly skinned elven gentleman of some sort. Not that talkative, having an amount of tattoos visible on his person. From Shoal's perspective, it seems as though this guy didn't care very much for helping the cat shark finish his training. Over the course of the 6 days, occasionally Paint would leave to forage for food for himself and Last, otherwise staying at the Vapor Cat's side. Every night, Lost apologizes to Paint, even though Paint is happy to be his therapy dog. On the 7th morning, the paladin is finally ready to return to the city. Me just now realizing the irony of 6 days of rest and a 7th day of work.
That's
Oh
the
my
opposite.
god.
I rolled for how long it was going to take, too.
Yep.
The city is one they are meant to be defending, and they should be getting back to it. And it starts with talking to someone they've been meaning to. But over the past 6 days, the city has changed further. Kidnappings and disappearances have been on the rise, and the guard are struggling to deal with this very new circumstance. Stranger still, all the kidnappings have been in public, with witnesses. Paint and Last return to Twilight to feel heavy tension in the air, and a general feeling of mistrust and fear among the populace. Yet the pair follow the straightest path toward the bridge to nothing all the same. However, as they pass the castle, something about it doesn't feel right. It's like looking at a stock photograph. Blank, generic, empty. Still, even when Paint brings it to Last's attention, he keeps moving, preferring to not linger on it long. At the bridge to nothing is an unusual sight for Lost in Paint. Arabane is not present. Shocked, Last moves up to the edge of the bridge and looks around, confused and worried. Paint pokes his head through the railing and wriggles through, realizing gravity is subjective on the bridge. When he turns around, Last panics, seeing Paint go over the edge. Rushing to the railing, Lost sees Paint walking along the side of the bridge, using subjective gravity to go to the underside. Heaving out an exhausted sigh, the smoke lion flops against the railing, grumbling about the gravity before he follows the wild dog. On the underside is Arabane's soul form, hiding as much as he can while being bound to the bridge. Paint and Last approach, and after a few long moments, the paladin apologizes. Not for the state of the city, which he intends to try and deal with somehow, but for how he acted before. His selfishness in clinging to a hope he should have left behind, and how he reacted toward Arabane. In turn, Arabane admits he technically lied, which Paint sneezes at, growling slightly at the dragon. Apologies out of the way, Last talks at length about what he witnessed in the Luminary Square roughly a week ago. Much as he hates to hear it, the confirmation that he was being manipulated by someone or something is also a relief in its own way. Clearly someone was messing with his, Paint, and Fret's minds, as well as used the mirror to get them to do their bidding in some fashion. Yet the place Last saw, the Nirvana with a portion of his homeworld in it, may well be real. It's sobering, but the paladin manages to accept the situation, Erebane offers to help deal with the situation in the city, but Lost refuses. If that happened, it would undermine the freedoms Erebane has fought so hard for the citizens to keep, among other potential negative effects. Before the pair can leave, Era asks Paint to remain behind a little longer. He has a job for the kineticist. Paint whines and looks to Last, who pets his head and reassures him he'll be on the other side of the bridge. Once Lost has moved to the other side of things, Erebane addresses Paint again. In spite of Paint still being angry with the dragon, Era still asks the dog to do a job for him. He intends to give Paint glasses that will allow him to see the world as Erebane does. With those, he wants Paint to keep an eye on Last Lost. While Erebane cannot say for sure the exact form what he's looking for will take, Paint will know it when he sees it. The events happening to Lost are too targeted for them to be entirely false, and Erebane worries that the realm Lost saw may well be in danger in some fashion. However, what Paint sees may blur the line between the real and unreal. And Paint must take caution with such things, as entities such as the one that plagues Fret exist in those places. Paint sends an image of a barking Fret dog, to which Erebane explains that, yes, the thing that made it so he isn't speaking anymore. Although it is up to Fret to tell that story, not Erebane. In spite of still being mad at Erebane, Paint is more than happy to undertake this mission. It's to help his friends, after all. And so the excitable Odd rushes off along the bridge to start looking for Erebane's glasses. Or at the least the Erebane that has the glasses for him. Poor Last is too slow to keep up, so by the time he gets to the end of the bridge, Paint is well gone. And so the Paladin shrugs, muttering about how he'll see Paint at home, hopefully. The next order of business, now that the most nerve-wracking meeting is done, is for Lost to check in at the guard. Since he's been gone for about a week, which does nothing for his feelings of anxiety and guilt. Entering the barracks, the Paladin sheepishly knocks on the door to the sergeant's office of the words. The Paladin sheepishly knocks on the door of the sergeant's office. She sees him as he enters, and immediately the elfin woman's face goes beet red from being mad. She demands to know where he's been. When Last replies that he was in the woods undergoing therapy, she tosses a chunk of paperwork at him in fury. There have been 3 kidnappings in his absence. This is news to Lost, who is confused and attempts to ask questions as he simultaneously tries to calm down his guard captain. Clearly, the city guard could really have used the help in Last's absence when they thought he was on a caller's mission. The Paladin is given a thick folder with all the information the guard have gathered thus far about the kidnappings, and he promises to try and get his guard captain and Recaller's captain in touch soon. That way they can verify his absence is mission-based rather than personal matters-based. Last excuses himself with a very flimsy lie he makes on impulse to avoid staying in the barracks, which also doesn't help his steadily increasing anxiety. Making a swift exit, Lost heads toward his bakery whilst talking to himself. Fret, hovering around the bakery out of concern for the missing pair, spots Last and bombards him with questions written in the air and on his chalkboard. This stuns and briefly overloads the poor Vapor Cat, who isn't sure how to process everything at first. When he asks what that was all about, Fret writes out that he was worried about the Paladin, thought he'd been kidnapped. The Kitsune embraces his friend, eventually letting go, and it's clear Lost is having trouble processing things, especially hugging a thick folder of stuff to his chest. Last soon ushers Fret inside, with a number of apologies being made to the Kitsune. And then Fret says he needs to get in contact with Erebane. Setting down the folder, Lost has a moment where he muffles his screaming for a good minute. He then sits down at the table in the bakery, making that he just came from chatting with Erebane at the bridge, but isn't sure where to find Body Era. As Lost starts to try and peruse the thick folder of information on the kidnappings, Fret gets an idea to help. The Foxfolk casts 2 spells on Last, sending his senses on something of an acid trip of words, voices, and experiences in the city. This doesn't go anywhere, merely leaving the paladin in something of a blue screen state for a little while. So instead, Fret uses the same spell on himself and has moderately better results. The spell, Ears of the City, shows him disjointed scenes from the city's recent past, including bits and bytes of a kidnapping with some interesting details in them, such as the kidnappers utilizing high-tech canisters for their smoke bombs rather than magic. Unfortunately, he doesn't get enough to solve anything, so he and Lost will need to look through the folder to do real investigating for more. When Last asked, Fret happily informs him of what he did, the smoke line requesting warning before having that spell cast on him again. In response, Fret pulls out a jar with a demon grub in it and places it on the table, saying he wants to gift this to Erebane. This causes Last to react in a cold, rather displeased manner, to put it politely. At first, he attempts to shove the jar into his vapor mass, but even the barest contact with the warded surface tells him that would not end well. So he sets it down, grumbling about he and Fret need to find body Erebane somehow. Grumpy paladin is grumpy, he can't just devour the stupid thing.
Yes, let's put a god in our mouths. Sounds very good.
Erebane does it all the time.
Erebane worked his way up. You're not there yet.
Whatever, I've got pieces of a black hole in me.
All right, let's move to the... I think that was the last recap?
Yes, we are now at session 18. To the depths where the shadows freeze.
That is not the right table. Hold on.
Okay, so Small grabbed
This
my
one.
mouse for a moment, but he did not make two of them.
Why is there more?
This is getting out of
There we
hand.
go.
Now there are two of them.
So to open up tonight's session, we're actually going to go ahead and transition immediately over to the offices where Dr. Volt is currently busy.
Presumably working on refining the prototype to work
Nope.
for more things than just detect magic.
No, last message I got from you says that you wanted to go ahead and produce some amulets of natural armor, which
Right.
of course requires you to leave your office and go down and get the paperwork in and order the supplies and everything else. The office is, as you're used to by now, filled with scientists of varying qualities walking around doing their normal business. You fill out your paperwork, submit it, wait for your approval, and head back up to your office, where you run into a very interesting circumstance that you wouldn't think in a building like this you would ever see, especially in Twilight. Your door is slightly ajar, with what looks like marks from a crowbar having been used to pry it open. It doesn't even matter if you bothered locking it.
Well, that is disconcerting, to say the least. I will attempt to make a perception check to listen to see if the burglar is still in there.
Roll away.
I should also probably pull up my fucking character sheet.
That is usually helpful.
And your tracker, if you have it.
Yeah, I've got that one up. But I haven't currently taken damage or used a reroll, so it's kind of irrelevant. Okay. Perceptione.
Also, Whiskers
That
amazing.
would be a... Well, considering he'll be using guidance as a free, swift fleam action, that will be a total of a 27.
It sounds dead silent in there.
Okay, well, Dr. Volt will open the door and take a look.
As you open your door, you find your office is a complete and utter mess. Probably more so than normal because scientist and crazy and whatnot. Your papers
Hey,
are
everything may be in random piles in random places, but he knows which pile it's in.
says every messy person ever. You notice that your paperwork is strewn across your office and across the floor. You notice that some of your experiments and things that are worked up have been also pushed on the floor and tables moved over. Almost in an artistic manner, you find that new device that you just created a few days ago, the non-detector prototype, is on the ground, smashed, but in a manner that draws your eye to it, as if they wanted you to know that they destroyed it. It looks like somebody was in here making a lot of noise, yet the hallways are always busy.
Well, I mean, there's numerous. Actually, no, that makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense. That's the person who uses the non-detection but destroys the non-detector detector.
If you'd like to start organizing, what would you like to do now? Because there's a mess in here.
Well, the first thing Dr. Volt will do will be to contact Dr. Bird. I forget his name.
Dr. Bird or security? Because this is technically a secure building.
Well, yes, he's going to. He's basically going to contact both. He's going to contact the. What is the name of the bird in charge?
It should be in characters and whatnot.
Is it? Shoot.
It should be. Let me.
Recurring NPC.
Yep, it should be in there.
Aldal.
Dr. Marin?
No, not Aldal. Yeah.
Yes,
Dr.
Dr. Marin.
Dr. Marin.
Yeah, Dr. Marin.
Okay. He'll contact Dr. Martin, tell him that there was a break-in and he will be requesting extra security to be placed in these halls. He had a working prototype. He now has parts of a working prototype.
Dr. Morin will not respond right away.
He'll leave a message. He'll leave a memo.
Boop.
Please leave a message after the.
I avoided that. But there.
If he's gonna have a crow familiar, it makes sense. Crow answering machine.
No, because if it's a crow, it's gonna be leave a message after that. Boop. Either rate, then you contact security, and security is apparently busy. They will send people there, but they suggest that you shut your door, stay out of the room, and wait a few minutes.
Secure the crime scene.
Basically. When security gets there, you see two worn out, what you would assume are hired mercenaries, based on the way the city works right now. Not necessarily full-on security, but maybe somebody threw together a security, quote-unquote, company for this particular occasion, because it really wasn't a worry before this. They will go ahead and check out the damages, and if you want to roll perception as they discuss between each other...
Yeah, that one's less good. That's just an 18.
Just an 18. 18's good enough to hear them discuss how this is the same one as the other two break-ins so far. After a moment, they ask if anything's been stolen that you're aware of yet.
Stolen? No. Destroyed? Yes. And
They'll
that explains to them that it was the prototype non-detector detector. And he asks if anything was destroyed or stolen at the other two locations.
They'll look at each other, not sure whether or not they should say anything. And one of them will nod to the other and say, go get the guard. And he'll look back and he'll be like, a memory device that's supposed to instill memories in physical form. That was a prototype, but very dangerous. And a better form of invisibility something between superior and not superior invisibility.
Well, I can definitely draw at least a tentative connections that all of these have to do with forms of espionage in some manner or form.
He nods.
Information gathering, remaining undetected.
He informs you that they're going to get the guard and do a thorough research of your office, if that is okay, before you can return into it. Basically releasing you for the day, unless you have anything you need in there specifically.
Dr. Volt will warn them about the samples of the god's blood.
The security guard kind of gives you the oh shit look. And
I'm a
presses your door
well-respected
open.
researcher. I have highly sensitive chemicals that I deal with.
Can you check to make sure that you're not missing that really quickly? He pushes the door open.
That
And
would be a good plan. I will.
maybe any of your plans?
To be fair, he hadn't actually come up with any plans of what to use them for.
Oh, I meant plans for your non-detector detector.
Oh. Perceiving to try to find them. A thoroughly average 21.
Thoroughly
That
average.
is so
above 20.
funny.
I need to get used to this group just saying high numbers, but using the word average for them at some point one of these days. So
Yeah, just so everyone is aware, within normal people things, a 10 is average.
normal.
So what I just said
Oh.
is just a thoroughly average, twice as good as the average person can potentially hope to pull off.
Don't worry, Era. You're not going to have to worry about that from paint, at least.
I mean, okay,
Or
so
fret.
player characters, usually 15 is considered a normal DC. 20 is difficult, 25 is really hard for a group this level. But my players, for some odd reason, always find ways to make their perception checks so high that I don't know why I don't bother with anything that's not invisible.
I legitimately stopped bothering with perception checks partway through the last campaign because
'Cause
fucking
Varn just
Minuet
had 'em.
existed.
Yeah.
Minuet and Ixodrash.
So,
But especially Minuet.
yes.
And then
So,
and now I'm the Minuet for this campaign.
and we got Dr. Volt. So, no, your God's blood is gone completely. And so are the notes that you had taken while creating the non-detector detector. They're not on the floor, they're not destroyed or ripped up. They're gone, as in they were taken.
Well, looks like Dr. Volt is going to get a good chance in the future to be using one of his skills that's even better than his perception.
Oh no.
Yeah, Dr. Volt has now made a decision, and he should have made this decision earlier, considering that this has been fucking Mission Impossible spycraft land so far. So, Dr. Volt is now rolling a check to work out in his head something. And it was
Nice.
a nat 20 on the dice, totaling a 33 for him, coming up with a linguistics check to come up with what code he will write his notes in from now on.
He's having a moment. Got it.
Well,
You will
if people are going to steal my notes, then
do it securely. You are going to basically be barred from going in your office for the rest of the day. Is there anywhere you'd like to go specifically, or are you just going to go and work on your crazy secret language?
he's going to go work on his crazy secret language.
Understood. We are going to go ahead and switch gears then. Paint.
Oh, that was terrible.
You're on a mission.
There we go.
You are on a mission sent for Erebane. I believe you were going to go and try and track down a certain half drow, half elf guy.
Yes. Whoever has whoever has the glasses.
Yep. As far as you were told, it was a half elf guy, and you said, or you were.
Sorry, I just, like... I must have missed it, because in the notes I noticed, like, oh, the other Erebane clearly has the glasses.
Nope, he was sent
No,
very
it's-
specifically to find a. He was described as kind of a half drow like gentleman, tall and skinny. The same guy that was training Shoal, surprisingly.
Wait, didn't I have some sort of like weird magical goggles or something?
You did. I gave you the details. I don't remember them.
Okay, I don't have them marked down on my character sheet.
Oh
I
no, you
just
might have
remembered that. I'll just have to scroll up in our DMs.
Yeah, hopefully it's there. But how did you want to try and track down this individual, Paint?
Well, considering that he was told that they were training Shoal, he's going to start by somewhat warily, uncertainly going and waiting at Shoal's the shoreline for Shoal's place. You know, where he's seen Shoal come out of the water multiple times.
Hey, Shoal.
Yes.
You get done with the day of training, and you spend half the day having to deal with food that you really want and learning about cleric stuff, and now you're overstuffed and irritated again.
Mm-hmm.
And you get back home, and as you're getting there, Paint's waiting outside. You're going from not enough food to too much food almost on a daily basis for the last several days.
Oh no.
Oh
Oh
no.
no.
That's gonna happen. So trying to think of how I want to do this. So Paint is just waiting over by where Shoal normally goes in and out of the water.
Yes.
Shoal isn't stopping, he's just walking into Paint and they're both going into the water. Like, just... Shoal just walks into Paint and continues walking.
Got a cat give. Hold up.
Of course you
roll-
have a cat gift for this. You have a cat gift for everything.
roll a post strength checks.
Paint actually might beat me on that because my strength is terrible.
Pain strength is -1.
Oh, well, I beat you by fucking a modifier of 1 then.
You know what? Okay, Era, I would like to just kind of go back to my scene for just a moment.
Mm-hmm.
I think Paint's winning
def-
that one. Yep, 2.
Definitely not just because I remembered that I had this magical item and what it could do. Dr. Volt will have taken a look around his office with the Arcanum lens, trying to detect interflux magic.
Yep. We'll get back to that because first,
Actually, wouldn't this be a CMD versus CMB or something?
since it's a pushing action, I think it's a post strength. I can double
Pushing
check.
something and a bull rush action aren't the same thing.
I don't know.
Unless you're trying to
Uh,
knock him over, then I guess it's a trip attempt.
Yeah, but he's not looking to trip. He's literally looking to walk through him.
Yep. And I
With-
rolled a 2.
Pain
I
got
actually
a
think
17.
I actually think that's an escape artist check to push past someone.
No. No, that's if he's trying to walk around him. He's very specifically trying to walk into him and push him through. So,
Can we just not, live the meme of spending an hour trying to figure out grapple rules, please?
I know the grapple rules like the back of my hand. This is not grapple rules. We're going with strength check done. So, hey,
I know the grapple rules like the back of my hand. Hey, when did that mole get there?
Oh no.
so, third swing here. Hey, Viv. Shoal walks forward and tries to push him through, and the weirdest thing happens. Maybe it's because you've been eating so much recently. Maybe it's because you're tired. Maybe because it's a dozen reasons. You don't push the dog forward. He stays put right where he is.
I just have terrible leverage in this attempt, and yeah.
Paint just tilts his head at Shoal. And gives Shoal a lick.
Shoal looks offended.
Paint sends a image of glasses and Shoal with a mysterious blob with one of those, the graduation caps on. And the glasses on the blob, followed by question.
Shoal does not understand. Shoal is just going to look very confused.
He sends along Doggo Arabean with glasses.
Okay.
And then zooms in on the glasses. And then removes the Doggo Arabean from the image. Just the glasses. Question?
Okay, you're asked. Okay, what about glasses?
He sends a mental image of himself sniffing around a field. And with it comes the sense of trying to find.
You're trying to find a pair of glasses?
He nods and then shakes his head. The mental image is it shows the glasses again.
Shoal is at this point just staring in confusion.
It occurs to me that Paint probably doesn't know what a drow or elf really looks like.
He should. Should at least know what an elf looks like.
I mean, he's probably seen them, yes, but I don't think he would know that they are... sure, he's seen elves, but that doesn't mean he knows, yes, that is an elf.
I'm going to let this ride forever because it's funny. Continue.
Paint whines a little bit. He sends another image of him in the field sniffing around and coming across the glasses.
So you found some glasses.
He shakes his head. And then the glasses are not in the field anymore, and he's sniffing around.
These are the glasses you wear, correct? Like spectacles.
And not the glasses you drink from.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, Shoal has no fucking clue what you're asking at this point. And Shoal is just like, I don't get it. I don't understand what you're asking.
Paint gives a little whine and tries to think of a different approach here. He's going to show Arabaean at the end of the bridge.
Okay.
Specifically not underneath it, because, you know, he knows that he's trying to hide. But at the end of the bridge, and Doggo Arabaean is... his mouth is moving, and he... instead of, you know, hearing any speech with the image, it's glasses with a question mark. And Paint sitting next to him and nodding and going off, sniffing around, looking.
Okay, so Era at the bridge. You said wearing the glasses?
No, there's like a one of those little speech bubbles that pops up, basically, showing the glasses with a question mark.
Or your look,
That's the vision.
and then Paint is looking for something.
He nods.
So you're looking for something, but you're not looking for glasses.
He shakes his head. He sends the image of the glasses at the end of the bridge, and he's running towards them.
You have found the glasses.
Shakes his head again.
I don't understand where the glasses are coming from. Wait.
So just to be clear, Arabaean looks like he was speaking, and there was a speech bubble coming from his mouth with the glasses question mark, with Paint seeming to be looking around.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh God.
Out of
Whiskers.
character, I have no fucking clue. And in character, I have no fucking clue. So
New canvas. Oh no.
I'm dying here.
so am I, and it's because I'm gonna have a fucking aneurysm. Jesus Christ.
Paint sends another image. This time he's in a field, and you see the glasses behind a rock, but he is on the other side of the rock looking around. He will keep trying.
Okay. Personally, I still don't know, but we're gonna just fucking guesswork this for the rest of the goddamn session, I guess. I'm sorry in advance of how many hours this is going to take me.
Is
okay.
anybody not amused by this? Anybody at all?
I'm super amused, but I did send him a suggestion that might help.
Look, I'm fucking stupid and I'm bad at charades. So, like, I don't know what you want from me. So something to do with glasses and your searching.
Paint nods.
Where did the glasses come in? Because I think that's what's tripping Shoal up.
I mean, he's looking for the glasses. And I have
Shoal
no...
asked if you were looking for glasses and you shook your head.
I'm pretty sure you said that multiple times that he found the glasses.
I think the first I asked if you were looking for them, and you said no, and now that's why I was getting fucking confused.
Oh, well, retcon, yes, he would have nodded to that.
Holy shit.
You were just being
Out of character, I imagine this takes like an hour before Shoal asks the question again, and he nods, and Shoal's just gives him the look.
Page's getting bit, probably.
No, I have this is what's gonna fucking happen to goddamn to the dog doing his ship hosting.
Oh no.
Oh, this is next post. After Twitter post.
And they don't actually play in
I'd
Discord.
have to do a thing.
Fix the
I
act.
feel like changing it.
Let's see if I can cheat. I won't be able to pull this for stream, but I will throw it in the server. It is now in memory. Here, I'll throw it in Zim server as well, because I can.
Just
I'll
to
throw it in
describe
media.
it, apparently, Paint's about to get blasted with water.
In the face.
Oh, because Shoal can actually cast spells now.
Yes.
Create
And
water.
the very first use of create water is, of course, for waterboarding.
Correct. So a gallon of water just falls on Paint's head. Just psh. If Shoal had a bottle that he could put the water in and then do that with, he would, but he does not have a bottle.
Well, Paint is doing the doggo shake off.
Okay.
Aw.
So you're searching for glasses
Nod, nod.
for yourself,
He shakes his head
for Era.
and nods.
Okay. And you need my help.
He sends along the blob with the teacher cap on and a chalkboard, using a pointing stick, trying to with Shoal in front of him.
You're trying to find a teacher?
He nods and then shows the teacher with the glasses.
Jesus Christ.
To be clear, the teacher is teaching Shoal.
Yes.
So you're looking for a Oh, are you looking for my teacher?
Nod, nod, nod. Sneeze.
Does Shoal even know where to find this person outside of wherever they've been meeting up?
Not really. You usually just go to the training grounds and he's waiting for you.
I assume Shoal's already done that for today.
Yes, you were just getting back from that.
Okay. So Shoal is just going to like bonk his head on the fucking ground. Just to, yeah, just face is smushed against the fucking ground at this point, and he's just gonna sigh.
Oh
And
my
just be
gosh.
like, Hmm?
It's the same reaction last had.
just, And then Shoal's
Oh my
gonna
god,
be like,
Whiskers. I don't think African wild dogs have that long of fur to get floofy.
I don't know. I think because it's funny, it's canon now.
his hair is like one of those. His fur is like one of those chia pet things. You put some water on it and it just expands.
Wow.
You're welcome. Okay, well then Shoal is just gonna be like, okay. Well, I don't know where he's at right now. But if you meet me here tomorrow morning, when I go to my training, I can take you to them.
Paint will nod and then
Shoal is just
curl up on
Shoal
the
is just gonna
spot.
list off. Okay, that works too.
Lol. All right. Well, I'm assuming Shoal's just gonna go to sleep then, basically.
Shoal is going to then tip over sideways into the water.
Sploosh.
Yup.
Big sploosh. Very big sploosh.
Like you'd think he was an object that got pushed over. That's how he like tips himself over.
Lol.
Just doing strange cat flop number 200.
All right. Hey,
Rigid
Doc.
flop.
I'm
Yes?
done with this cat flop. You were going to use the goggles, and you said you were going to use a specific feature. Could you tell me that again? Sorry.
By expending 2 of its daily charges, it can be used to, quote, detect interflux magic.
Yes, you do see that on around the room. Whoever was doing this screwed with non-time in the city. There is an actual timeline set here for that event.
Okay, so well that will factor into maybe his thinking. I'm entirely sure.
Okay. We've gotten through those 2. Let's get everybody into the same page then. As soon as my body actually lets me breathe. There we go. Bloody hell. I'm okay. Last and Fret.
Yeah, so
So you guys are in the
I
bakery.
figure that.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, I figure
ahead.
that we'll be doing some research.
Yes,
in
you
the
guys were going through
pouring
the
of
paperwork.
Yep.
Perfect. Would you guys like to make either an intelligence or wisdom check for me so I can tell you what information you gleaned from the reports so far?
How about knowledge local?
I will allow it.
I have to make an intelligence check.
That is fine.
I got a 7.
So did Vari.
Well, I got a 7 on the dice and then a +5, so 13, right?
Yep. So
Or 12.
this paperwork is you can't give them too much heck for the fact that most of these people probably weren't guards in their mortal life. A lot of them are just starting to learn how to do a lot of this. So whether or not you want to judge them or not, the notes aren't exactly the greatest. What you both can glean from those particular roles on your first cursory view over these is the commonalities that 1, the individual was taken in a public place. 2, there was always at least one witness. And 3, there is a mysterious canister left behind that seems to have caused some sort of smoke screen, but it hasn't exactly been exactly. The witnesses don't know how to describe the effect necessarily. If that makes sense.
So it's always in public.
Yes. There's always one witness, specifically.
Only one witness?
Yes.
Okay. And there's always a canister that is left behind at the scene, which, from what we've previously gleaned, are used effectively as smoke bombs.
Yep, some sort of weird smoke screen. The individuals in the report can't exactly describe the effect.
They can't describe the smoke screen?
Yes. They're struggling to put into words how it worked because it was weird. Have you ever seen something so strange that you can't exactly English it?
So the question becomes, do we have any of these canisters for examination?
They are being held at the offices of the locations of the, because these didn't happen in your territories, these happened outside of your territory, but they are in evidence lockers right now. They're currently trying to decide the best people to examine them because they don't know who the best in the city would be to go to in this particular case.
Probably those that are from worlds of higher order technology.
Yes, which is actually fairly rare in the city. There is a handful, but there's currently a laboratory in the city that has most of those individuals that may be in lockdown.
Fret.
Good thing you know one of
Fret will
those individuals.
Fret will immediately suggest, scribbling out on his chalkboard, we should get Dr. Volt involved in this.
Agreed, if we can. As far as I've heard, that office is on lockdown. I'm not even sure if he can leave.
You actually wouldn't know that yet.
Oh, never mind.
The lockdown is happening right now.
Oh! Okay, so we wouldn't know that.
Nope.
Neither of us would. In which case, I'm sorry, retcon that. We probably should. Though we should take care of that first. Glares at Grub.
Fret shrugs. And scribbles out, it's probably fine. I can just hang on to it for a while.
The grub in there looks so very displeased right now.
Last is
Poor
not
thing
happy.
writing.
Last is not happy with this prospect. Squints at the grub again. Fine. The least we can do is go get Volt. I'm sure the guard won't be opposed to him looking at the evidence. I'm sure they can spare at least one canister for us to look at.
Fret nods.
And he's going
Fret
to...
scribbles out, also, I need to give them a book.
Book?
Fret nods.
What sort of book?
Fret scribbles out, a book that the scientists requested that I make.
Frowns, folds his arms. That doesn't answer my question.
Fret just smirks and scrawls out, technically it does.
What book is it, Fred?
It's a book of runes, he writes out.
the kind that create fires.
Fret does not respond to this. And just packs away the grub, begin gathering his things.
Oh, Fred is being just squinted at while they're packing up. Like displeased, like agitation and smoke tendrils coming off of Last at the moment.
Lol. Okay.
But fine. Fine. He'll allow it. For now. And he'll just collect his things and close the folder to bring with him. But before the grub gets put away, he does the whole eye thing, except he's pointing 4 fingers at himself and back at the grub.
Four fingers, okay. That's funny.
All right. So I'm assuming you guys are going to go and look for Dr. Volt in the lab, because I'm not even sure if he even goes home from the lab ever.
Yeah, we're probably gonna
There's
go
so
to
much
the
more
lab.
science that can be done at the lab.
There is. Unfortunately, when you guys show up to the laboratory, there are Oleron. Man, my brain's in 7 places. You see Twilight guards standing out front. Yes, Mala, he does actually have an address and a home. Whether or not he goes there to check his mail ever is up for debate, but he does have a home.
Oh, come on, let's face it, he's had his mail forwarded to the
To the office.
lab.
But now he has nowhere to work, so he has to go home. How unfortunate for him.
So there's city guards and standing in front of the building?
Yes.
Boy, it's a good thing I've got my badge on me and my paladin's outfit on. So Last is going to tuck the folder under one arm and pull out his badge as he moves up to the guard. Well, the nearest guards. What's going on?
Series of break-ins. Somebody got past security or was part of the security of this building, and 5 offices were broken into. They're on complete lockdown right now. Anybody that was already questioned or had their office broken into has been dismissed. We have the owner inside. He's complying. He's a little perturbed, I believe is a good word. And the other one goes Hey, Taya, make the perturbed joke with bird, because I can't apparently English today.
That involves making my tongue do some interesting shapes.
No, it's easy. He's perturbed.
Thank you. Because apparently I couldn't do that. Never wanted to. But
Sorry,
yes.
just doing
Nope.
level up stuff and cool, max health.
Nice. Ooh.
Oh, that occurs to me, and I didn't roll for health. I should.
Yes, you people remember to give yourself hit points, because I'm going to take them. You want the hit points, because otherwise it's going to suck. What's your response, Last?
Elaborate. Were they dismissed as in fired, or have they been sent home?
Oh, sent home.
Last realizing he doesn't know where Dr. Volt lives. Are you certain they have been made to go home? What if any of them tried to stay?
Well, considering their offices were a crime scene, no, they were told to go home. As far as we're aware, they are not in the building.
Really? Would you happen to know if Dr. Volt is in the building?
The guards look at each other and shake their heads no. He can find out.
I'm
I
a
would-
little disappointed.
Why?
I feel that the guards should have knowledge of where Dr. Volt is at all times.
These ones out front are not being paid right now to question or to know who's in the building and who's not. They're questioning to make sure that people that are outside the building don't go in, and that people that are inside the building have actual passes to leave at this point.
Look, all I'm saying is that Dr. Volt is enough of a Dr. Volt that the daily guard briefing should be, okay, here's today's security phrase, here are your rounds, Dr. Volt is doing this.
If they did that to you, they'd have to do that to every scientist, and they don't have enough manpower for that. Have you met the scientists you work with?
True.
Let's see. Middle-aged men, frizzy white hair, goggles. He does not realize how little this narrows it down.
One of the guards is going to open the door and point in, so you can look at the middle-aged men with the white frizzy hair and how many of them have goggles, standing in the lobby as guards are going around questioning them.
I would appreciate it if you could find out if Dr. Volt has been sent home.
They will snap their fingers until one of the guards with the checklist comes over, and then motion to you and motion the guard with the checklist.
The last is going to take the checklist. He's going to hand the folder over to Fret for the moment, so he doesn't have to worry about that.
Brett will hold on to the folder.
You go over the checklist, you can see all the times that everybody had used their badge to get into the building and how many or what times they used to leave. Their office number and whether or not there was any signs of a break-in. Dr. Volt's office was broken into, according to this list. He was sent home after questioning by security, and his badge does look like he had left.
Oh, well, that's no good. How many labs were broken into today?
5 specifically.
Do we know what was in them?
The guy with the checklist will flip over the page. There is some sort of invisibility cloak device. It looks like a sample of God's blood, a non-detector detector notes. What was the other thing I gave you, Taya? I don't think I remember which one I gave you.
Wait, it was, did you say the invisibility one?
Yes.
Memory thing. It was a memory thing.
Yep, thank you.
A memory device that stores memories in physical form.
Yes, the memory storage device, as well as some preemptive notes regarding nuclear power, as well as a small nuclear sample, and a gas device. Specifically one that was supposed to clear gas. Both of those were in preliminary design phases.
Fret,
A gas removal
upon
device?
reading this list, because Fret's gonna be peering over Lost Shoulder,
Mm-hmm.
Fret's eyes widen.
Also, I'm going to be right back just a second.
Okay. Yes, a gas removal device, as in a device specifically designed to clear out areas from toxic gases and stuff. A filtration system, kind of, sort of, except mini, and something that you can just pop out and drop when you're in a situation where you need to clear a room of such things very quickly.
Two of these are much more concerning than others. I need to know what the memory device is capable of, if it steals memories or just makes copies. That might actually be the more concerning thing. Alright. He hands the checklist back over. I assume any updates are going to be given to the rest of the barracks.
Once we're done, yes.
I see. Well, keep us informed for now.
All right, I'm back.
Ah, that's right. I should ask. Do you know if anything has happened to the canisters and evidence?
They're still there. We were in communications of having the office check it out, but he motions to the office.
Honestly, that's why we were coming here. We were going to drag Dr. Volt to the barracks.
The man that had the checklist before, since you're still holding, is going to pull over the paper where there's the addresses, those that are not here right now, and tap it.
Perfect. Thank you. After all, I might be able to recognize components, but I'm nowhere near as scientifically gifted as Volt. As he looks for Volt's address. Hello?
Yes?
Did that not go through?
Shared with 100 eggy bitties. I caught my son chewing on a cable
We did
last
it.
night, so
I heard it.
grounded him. He's conducting
I-
himself much better now.
Thank
Say
you
it
for
again.
the
I think I
biddies,
made it.
Noel. Sorry.
Sorry. I think I had a moment. Say that again?
Okay. Basically, last making offhanded comment of like, I might be able to recognize components, but I'm not as scientifically gifted as Dr. Volt, and he's going to look for Volt's address in the list.
Yes, it will be there, because he did leave and they got that on file.
I could be a real dick right now and say Dr. Volt went somewhere other than home.
You could be.
I'm not going to be, but I could be.
Joke's on us, he ended up at the bakery.
That would be
Well,
fun.
I had nowhere to go, so I went looking for you guys. So I went to the bakery.
Us making a house call. Volt. Oh, I wanted a pastry.
Volt, do you remember what district you live in?
No. Hold on, let me take a look. Probably the academic district, I bet.
I think that's where you ended up, is Lamerald Academia. If I remember correctly.
That sounds right.
Ah, boxed. Hi, Gimmond. Let's see here. Shoal is there, and you're going to be in Emerald Academia. I'm going to start moving pieces where people are, so that way I can keep track. Dr. Volt, do you even own any furniture that's actually here?
Yeah, he's got an ever-burning lamp, a collapsible bathtub, a chair and a table.
Look, the simplest of things. So you guys are going to make it there after a bit. Thankfully enough, one of you is a navigator and can roll a navigation to see if you guys get there in a relatively, normal amount of time, as I'm getting cheesed to death here.
Just a reminder, everybody, there is actually a tip goal today for this game. So if you guys can help that get done, something will happen in-game.
Yarp.
I
Unzip
will
side.
say I could really use the support, because, yeah, need to cover rent.
Oh, geez. Gimmond and Maul are alternating, spamming, throwing cheese. Oh, boy. So, surprisingly, you guys get there rather
That's
quickly.
a 25, by the
Yep.
way.
I saw the 19 on the dice. I was like, okay. Surprisingly, you know the direct route there. So you make it to, I'm assuming,
26.
to Dr. Volt's, I'm assuming, apartment. Fairly quickly.
A generous bestowal.
Things tipped $10, Razim coins.
I don't thank you so much for that tip. That is the
Congrats
first
on your
tier of
$10.
tip goal completed.
Hey, Dr. Volt, knock at your door.
Yes. Dr. Volt will look up from his note encoding and answer the door.
It is a fit and a lost, I suppose.
Well, have you arrived about the trouble I'm having? Or is there some completely unrelated disaster that is in the process of happening?
Brett pulls out his sitar and begins playing the Song of Prestidigitation. And then writes out in the air,
Wonderful.
and then puts away his sitar. It breaks back out his chalkboard. And begins scribbling. We were originally coming to request your assistance with some guard stuff. But we see that there's other things going on.
Yes, someone is breaking into offices using interflux magics.
Interflux?
Fret does a double take.
They are fucking this already fucked this time.
Last makes a face. I was unaware that that was possible for anyone besides Arabane. I mean, at least in here.
Well, I do not wish to cause alarm per se, but we know of at least one other entity that is capable of using interflux magics.
There is also the fact that there's known God's blood somewhere out there.
The Unravelers. But that wouldn't
Yes,
make any
though
sense.
I highly doubt they would be up to, well, far from petty larceny, but
Fret, Fret will, kind of do the raise a finger, um, kind of interjecting, and then scribbles out, there is one other entity in the city that, might. There's a djinn.
A djinn. But what use would they have for any of this? It's also notoriously difficult to bind djinn, isn't it?
Fret nods and scribbles out, but he's the guy that, augmented our abilities the first time. Has lost.exe stopped working? Oh, okay.
No, sorry, doing note things.
Ah.
I've been keeping up rather well thus far. It's just that when I'm involved, it takes a little longer. Hmm. We could pursue that. They are technically under the Recaller's employ. The entire organization is suspect at this point.
Fred nods emphatically.
Oh, right. I haven't gotten to tell you. As he just brings a hand up to his face and just sort of messes with his vapor by dragging it across before it forms back to normal. Somebody was messing with the mirror. What we saw, Fred.
Fred nods.
It might be real, but there's no telling. And clearly someone has been messing with our minds. Someone who is capable of manipulating anyone and everyone. The signatures of Erebane likely weren't real in that paperwork we saw. Just forgeries, ones I was all too willing to believe. Paint's already been sent
on
off
a
on
other related note to that, in a manner of speaking, when you all have time, I have something that I need to teach all of you.
Teach?
Fred ear perks.
Head tilt.
Well, if they are stealing my research, then I figured I might as well encode my research. And if there is someone here I will need to speak to this code, it will likely be you.
Oh, I'm familiar with this. He seems to smile and just sort of... It's hard to say he brightens up, but he has a happier expression than you've probably seen him have in a little while. I used to
It
need
took
to-
me the better part of the afternoon, but as unoccupied as I was able to devote my attention to inventing an entire new language.
Brett looks impressed.
That's rather impressive. How difficult is this cipher?
Well, it was invented by me, so
He invented English.
within D&D world, yes, where we all speak Common or Twilight, I invented English.
Oh lord.
I don't know. I feel like he would invent German.
No, because he's got to invent a complicated language that has a bunch of rules that you only follow some of the time, because otherwise it'll be too easy to cipher.
Fair enough.
I was taking a few liberties with what I claim to have invented because I wasn't told the complexity of my cipher, but I did roll a nat 20 on a skill that I have been
So you
putting points into every
created a
level.
language that is 3 languages in a trench coat.
Congratulations, welcome to English, where the rules don't matter, but the points definitely do.
Welcome to English, where we have an unwritten rule for the order in which you place adjectives in, and if you do not, we will look at you like you are batshit insane.
But you can actually
Sorry,
make
no,
a sentence
sorry,
with
we will
7
look
dots.
at you like you are batshit completely insane.
Ah, the Oxford comma. Technically not grammatically correct, but is grammatically correct.
No, really,
Either way.
like there is like a hierarchy of adjectives. Like, if you describe something as an ancient green dragon, you know that a green dragon is a thing, but if you describe something as a green ancient dragon, you know that it is the green version of an ancient dragon.
And if you say dragon green ancient, it makes no sense.
Well, yeah, that's because you're putting the noun before the adjectives.
Yes. I was messing with pedantism. But back to your roleplay.
Okay. Fret will scribble out. Anyways, so we should probably like head to guard barracks? Question mark?
Yes, of course. It would be best to get that dealt with sooner rather than later. Oh, and he holds his hand out for the folder because he forgot he left Fret holding it this whole time.
It is, yeah, it was tucked over under one arm. Fret shuffles his shield around. The
So, Era, I'm
Gives
thinking of a couple of quirks I want in my code,
Oh,
and I've thought of one that's I think a pretty damn good quirk.
so there's a problem with quirks in your code. I believe we're not playing My Hero Academia.
Not that kind of quirk.
Come
Revenge!
Nice.
See, Dr. Volt wants the code that when it is incorrectly solved, that it still seems to produce an intelligible answer. Because if you try to decipher a code and you just get gibberish back, you're like, okay, I fucked up somewhere. But you know, if
Also-
it's supposed to say go to the store and you decipher it and it says, you know, something along the lines of, I wish to pet a dog. You're like, okay, I've solved it. Don't quite understand why, but I have solved it. but it is still entirely wrong.
So really quickly, not Cosmo. Thank you for the the tip. That might take some magical shenanigans that you might need to invest in.
Okay.
But for the time being, we're about 2 hours in since stream has gone live. Let's go ahead and take a short break so I can go and take my medicine, use the bathroom, and everybody can stretch and get water. Sound good, everybody?
Okie doke.
Mike's being left wide open. Stretch, drink water, including the people watching. Health break.
I'm going to go make some actual tea instead of crime against the British.
But more crimes against the British.
No, it was.
They already
it was
have to deal with the
okay,
French
but it
existing.
wasn't great.
Before it gets back, I'm going to use the bathroom.
I am returned.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
With Temple Garden tea.
All right, I am back.
Duke.
And
Go back.
Cosmo, your donation amount of 362, I have found a way to justify as being okay. Because 6 is divided by 3 and equals 2, and 6 is divided by 2 and equals 3. And therefore, every direction you put the number, it is divisible by itself by both sides. And if you take the two ends and put them together or multiply them, they become 6. So 362 is now acceptable. And dang it, Key. Key is not here, but dang it, Key. I forgot to take my meds when I was up.
That was the whole purpose, I thought.
It was, and then I got distracted by getting a drink.
Oh.
All right. Also, what about headphones make people want to say hi to me? I never understood that, and I still will never do it.
Hi.
I went to go and check
Hi.
the mail, and somebody walking in front of my house said hi and waved at me, and I'm like, I'm wearing headphones, very large headphones.
Hi.
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 Hello.
Why, hello there. How are you doing today?
Oh, Paint's just over here going through the various seasons while waiting for Shoal to wake up.
Because waiting for... Why do you wait for things? You could have run off and done other things, but no, instead, you got to have your little mini winter queen in your head. That episode of frickin' Futurama playing in your head every time.
Oh no, yeah, well, yes, but my brain was just going to just like the SpongeBob quote. What do you normally do when I'm gone? Wait for you to get back.
Well, like, for Paint, he doesn't really understand time. So he's got no, and especially in this place, he's got no idea how long it's going to be until the next day, and he doesn't want to miss it, and, well, he knows Shoal hates him, so he really doesn't want to, miss Shoal, and... Because he knows Shoal wouldn't wait or anything. And this is important because he needs to help his friends. He's got to get Fred his voice back. He's got to make sure Last is okay. And whatever else he's got to see with these glasses.
It's funny because you're taking a character that has no concept of time in a place where time is relative to your experiences. So it's... If he only knew that the only reason why it feels like forever every single time is because he is allowing it to feel like forever.
Yeah, if he were to figure that out, yeah, he'd be much better off. It'd be like 5 minutes, but for him, it's sitting there waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, and he's bored and he wants to go do something, but he doesn't know how long he's got, so he's waiting and waiting and waiting, and it's stretching forever and ever and ever, and oh god, it's been so long. Why is it winter already?
There aren't actually seasons here.
Twilight is ADHD hell.
Oh, it sure is. Also, I'm back.
Welcome back.
No longer does this task feel like it's taking forever. It is actually taking forever.
Yes.
Well, feeling like it's taking forever. Therefore, it stretches on even longer.
I'm gonna just reshare Luke Humphrey's House Between the Void and the Abyss.
Yes, that is a thing.
I will say on the flip side, while it is a problem for the tasks that feel like they're taking forever, if you get into that so wonderful hyperfixation, normally it might take 3 weeks to get through this, but for you it's only like 5 minutes.
It doesn't feel like it's taking 3 weeks.
It doesn't. It's like 5 minutes later.
Yes, and I enjoy the thing that feels like it's taking until 5 minutes later.
Oh.
So it is both hell and a blessing.
No, it's hell twice. The good parts are really short and the bad parts are really, really long.
And if only you learned how to control that, but ADHD. I've got a question for the party that's about to go investigating. Artisans Enclave the Verdant Market, or do you guys want to go to the Whimsical Wharves? Because yes, one of the kidnappings happened there.
Fret votes wharves.
I thought we were going to examine the canisters.
You were, but they're in 3 different locations in the city.
I thought they were being kept in evidence lockers.
They are in 3 different parts of the city because the crimes happened in 3 different parts. And the guard finally split up locations, remember? You're assigned to 17 and 18.
Scree. I thought they were being kept at HQ.
Nope. Local evidence lockers because they didn't want to transport them too far.
What are the options
Not
again?
a bad
Artisans
idea.
Quarter, the Wharves, or...
It's Artisans Enclave, the Verdant Markets, or the Wharves.
Fret votes wharves.
We are most familiar with the wharves.
True. And also, Lost needs to get in touch with Tooth so that he can get in touch with the sergeant whenever we go on a mission.
As you look outside and there's just snow falling in one specific part of the city.
Actually, what is your element today? Just out of curiosity.
It's actually fire.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you're the little match doggo.
Now the question is his element rapidly shifting as he proceeds through the days?
That would be kind of funny.
I say yes.
Poor Rex.
Hold on, is Rex online? And pull him in here for half a second and have him go, dude, bro, settle, bruh. Nah, I got it. I think I did it justice. But, all right, where do you guys want to go first? Do you guys want to go right to the evidence locker that is local to that area? Or do you want to go visit Tooth?
Evidence first.
Fret scribbles out, hey, I kind of want to go visit Shoal for a little bit. Catch them up on stuff.
That would be wise, especially if we can gather as many of us as possible. I'm starting to worry about Paint, though. I haven't seen him at all, despite our traipsing through the city.
So Paint first, or excuse me, Shoal first then? Or are you splitting the party more?
We'll go to Shoal first. Lost wants to do evidence, but if Fret wants to do Shoal first, we can do Shoal first. It's better if we're together.
Oh, I didn't know you all were going to do Shoal. That's
Do Shoal first. Okay.
I was just about to go down that road.
Hope
but,
y'all are good at breathing underwater.
How
Vari's running. Vari ran for it.
how dare you? No, I can't be underwater.
Sucks to suck. That sounds like a skill issue.
I mean, Paint does have the ability to go underwater very easily. And he can breathe down there.
So is this some
I
sort
think
of weird
most of us have the
party
ability
bonding?
to go underwater.
Is this some sort of weird party bonding exercise?
Look, I'm just saying, most of us have the ability to go underwater. Just like most of us have the ability to stop a bullet.
Once.
You say that, gestures to last lost.
Okay, Last Lost could stop a bullet several times, probably.
Tasty lead.
So you guys make it to the wharves, and you go for Viv's house, or excuse me, Shoal's house, which you know is in the water. And by the edge, there's Paint. He looks like he's cycling. One moment he's covered in snow, and then he's starting to heat up, and it all melts into water. And then he looks like he's in the breeze for half a second.
And he's just
Waiting
curled
there.
he's just curled into a ball. Probably Rex in the center of that.
Rex flickering, and he keeps on going, bruv, dude, Dude!
Fret
Man.
will bonded mind. Hey, Shoal, you down there?
You get a garbled, tired reply. It's not even like actual. You literally get like the mental equivalent of just gibberish. Sleep gibberish.
Fret kind of just blinks, and looks off into the water, and then looks at Paint,
Meanwhile,
and then blinks a couple times.
last lost. Paint, there you are. Just walking up.
Sunshine. He gets up, wagging.
Why are you here? I thought Arabane sent you on a mission.
He sends the same basic mental images that he was sending to Shoal, but in very rapid succession.
It takes a minute for him to start processing this. Something to do with glasses? Looks at Rex, hoping the familiar can maybe parse it better than he can.
Dude.
Nah, I was gonna do nah, brah.
See, my brain was thinking just a large inhale and then just, dude.
No, he's gonna do the nah, brah. Party. Oh, did we just lose Whiskers?
Whiskers isn't feeling well, so I'm sending him to bed.
Oh,
Oh, have a good night, Whiskers. Feel
good night,
better.
Whiskers.
Remember, feeling
Bed
bad
is
is illegal.
The Bone and Jello decides to go to bed and wanders away from the party for the night.
Oh.
Fret looks very confused.
Right. So it appears that Pain is here. Something to do with glasses of some description.
Sneezes.
Your eyesight isn't degrading in it, as he just sort of cups Paint's face in his hands and looks very closely and intently.
He shakes his head.
That's good. That is a concern that I've had for some time. This close, it's real easy to see that crack in one of his lenses.
Paint looks confused, but then just starts slurping over last face.
Let me guess. Shoal is sleeping in.
Fret,
Sneezes.
Shoal doesn't get up until he has to get up.
Lost stands up, looks over the edge
Fret-
into the water.
Fret scribbles out. We should leave him be. Let's continue with what we were doing.
You get a message of, you already fucking woke me up.
Fret scratches out the what he had just written.
If I get the chance, I'll make you a Krishark.
Shoal
Fret will
slowly
relay
surfaces. Shoal can hear you. The water is not that loud.
Yeah, but the barrier between it kind of makes things weird sometimes.
It's Shoal. I'm not going to question it.
Yes, I only have a 14 in perception.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, you double my perception. Okay.
I am the minuet of this campaign. Regardless,
Freaking wisdom stats.
Shoal
I'm
pulls himself
literally
out of the water.
multi-class.
Go ahead.
I literally have multi-classed into 2 wisdom classes. What do you want from me? How is Shoal the whiz character?
There's a difference between having wisdom and using wisdom.
This is fair. Shoal deliberately makes dumb decisions. I could be helpful, or I could be a little shit. Slams the little shit button.
That just sounds like you're being a cat.
Surprise.
Man! Never saw that coming.
Just to make it a note, Shoal's still visibly bloated like the day you guys left. Somebody hasn't given himself a break.
To be fair, he is less bloated than that now. He has not been eating as much. He's still eating a lot, but not enough to maintain that size. Away we go.
So you are all going to the locker.
I mean, I assume what everyone else is doing is getting relayed to Shoal, so he has something approaching an idea of what the fuck is going on.
Fret will bonded mind relay a lot of information of so yeah, we're going to Dr. Volt's to get him to inspect some stuff for us, but then there's a break-in at the labs and so on and so forth, and yeah, just big long spiel of what happened, and then finding paint here in the snow.
Where did snow come from?
Well, winter time.
I know,
then...
that was an out of character joke.
Yeah.
Technically, the snow only manifested because Paint was probably imagining it for so long it just kind of manifested around him. Snow doesn't actually happen in this part of the city normally.
Well, when he goes water elemental.
Yep. It's notably weird. But if you guys want the open roleplay, I can leave it open. But sounds like we're moving.
Yeah, we're going to continue on.
You guys make it to what is the little... You know those little outpost barracks that you see in a lot of movies for guards and stuff like that?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
If we're actually leaving that spot to go elsewhere, Paint is going to rapid fire be sending the glasses. Just the image of the glasses. To everybody.
Brett looks so confused.
Now you know how I feel. But also, Shoal is gonna be like, "Oh right, I was supposed to go take him to see the person that's training me for cleric things." I don't know why he wanted to go see them, but he wanted to.
Glasses. And he is whining and kind of doing that worried doggo dance thing.
Tippy tappies.
Yes. Tippy tappies. Except worried version. Glasses.
Well, if you have something to do, go ahead. Just try not to be in the city alone, alright? It's not safe anymore.
He sends an image of Shoal, and then the glasses, and then Shoal glasses.
That's what I mean. Thing.
No,
ahead.
he needs me to show him where to go.
I assume
Sneezes.
when you explain. So the both of you can go and do your task. The three of us will do this. We can always reconvene at the bakery when it's convenient for us.
Fair enough.
Paint was told these glasses were needed to help his friends. They are of utmost priority. Oh, my Discord crashed. Hi, Paradoxical.
Welcome back.
It's going well, but yeah, Discord crashed for a moment.
Ah, okay. Era's briefly AFK and tend to cat
Oh,
and maybe Snap.
No, I got wireless headset and I heard the Zim come back, so I just fed the cat. Cat has been fed.
Alright.
real quick, Era, are you sure about that? Whiskers doesn't mind fixing it.
Go ahead and fix it. I was looking at some of my other art, and then the sleeve tattoos on the right side, but then I look at my model and the sleeve tattoos on my left arm, and I'm like, oh, people just were really inconsistent about it. I'm like, God damn it. Because it's always supposed to been on the left arm.
Okay.
But
Hi,
sorry,
Scoop.
I'm a little... This is what happens when I let my focus get split 7 ways.
Oh.
It happens. So, I need either Paint or Shoal to roll a d20. You guys can decide who. And I need either Dr. Volt's Last Lost and or Fret to roll a d20, either or. Because I need to figure out who's going first. I know who's on second, but we don't need to make that joke now.
I don't know.
I guess I'll go ahead and roll for us.
7.
1.
Sorry, it looks
Wow.
like you're going next. So, I'm going to pull you guys off the board for the time being because you guys are going to the training grounds. And apparently Shoal is walking or waddling very slowly because he's tired.
Absolutely tired.
So,
Oh.
you guys know those common outposts you see in movies for like guards and stuff in medieval times. It's one of those, it's slightly a bit bigger so that way they can have a proper check-in and stuff like that. You will have to fill out paperwork to see it, Mr.
Is it the kind
Paladin.
with the gate?
Yes.
Basically, just like a small rectangular building that may have a second floor.
Yep. And Last Lost has to do paperwork because he's bringing people in. So, hey, look, they're actually documenting stuff. Oh, hey, look, they're actually documenting stuff, and this paperwork isn't exactly refined yet. It's asking for way too many details.
It's going to get a few sighs out of Lost, but he'll fill it out because he has to. And it'll get better eventually. It will become more efficient.
Maybe. Or bureaucracy, you know. Efficiency. Ha. Ha.
No. Eventually, if it doesn't get better, he's going to make a mock-up of a more efficient form. Because it's going to drive him crazy to fill out needless details over and over and over again.
But bureaucracy is needless details. Always.
But cutting down on time wasted is important.
You guys will be brought to a small room where the canister will be brought in, wrapped up in a cloth, and set down for you guys to go ahead and inspect. They insist that you wear gloves. when you do so, which will be provided. They're not plastic gloves. They're not rubber gloves. They're fake leather gloves.
Fake leather gloves. Pleather.
Yes.
Huh. That's an interesting choice.
It's what they could get very quickly.
I mean, pleather is if it's like if it's leather that or plastic that is made to resemble leather. For all we know, these could be, plant-based or something.
Who knows? It's obviously not real leather, though.
Real fake leather.
Real fake leather. So, inspect away.
For some reason, keep talking and nobody explodes just popped into my head with that.
Oh no.
I mean, I'm waiting for somebody to even, do anything.
Well,
Boom! Too
Jake-
late. All right, guys, you're all dead.
oh, I was going to say, may I make an intelligence check? Just
You may.
because I don't have any knowledge as pertinent to it.
Mm-hmm.
Because tech origins. Oh, 12.
At first glance, when you pick it up to give it a cursory look, it does vaguely remind you of what you would call a homemade smoke bomb. One of those intelligent bombs. They're definitely designed to only go off so far, but the canister is definitely ripped open and gone off, which means components are missing. But it has a lot of components on the inside rim, so this was designed in a way that could not be manufactured. This isn't somebody sat down and made. This is something that somebody sat down and had created with machines.
So, knowledge engineering.
Go for it.
Okay. Uh-huh. Nine.
This is
I'm
interesting.
going to make a craft technology check.
Go for it. Wow, you're all rolling so terribly.
22.
Sure you don't want to use your reroll to get higher?
Nah.
Okay. You think, after a cursory look, that the technology is doing the work, not necessarily the canister or the gas in the inside. There's a large chunk missing that seems to have burned through. You're pretty sure that's the actual thing of this device. But you have no idea how it gets powered. There's no batteries. There's no power source. You don't think it's the spot that got burnt out.
Okay, so hold on. Fred will okay, first off doing his cursory detect magic, detect fiendish presence. And then
Go ahead.
has an idea. And begins playing the tune of mending.
So the nice part about mending is it will not repair a spot if the spot piece is completely missing. So yes, you can go ahead and mend it and it'll slowly start to take its canister shape again. From the mangled mess that it was. But technically, this is new information, so you can technically roll your knowledge engineering again.
Woo.
As well as Dr. Volt, if he wishes. Somewhat better.
Yeah, that's an 11.
Still clueless,
Uh,
though.
I got an 11 on the dice. So
What's
that's
your- Hmm?
that's 29.
Woo.
29. You're still not understanding where the power source for this was. It's such a strange thing. You can see how the technology on the inside kind of reminds you of smart devices that have magical effects, kind of like your nanites and other things. It's got the similar vibe to these things, but there's no power source.
I got a question. Does anything about this device, now that it's been bended, look familiar to me?
How so?
The VAST system.
No.
Okay.
This looks more akin to what Dr. Volt practices than what your people practiced. It's definitely some sort of magi tech nonsense. The problem is that there's a giant hole where the activated portion is, and there's no sign of a power source. So
Mr. Dragon
it's hard to say if the burnt out part was the power source and it did something to the stuff that was in the inside, or vice versa.
Mr. Dragon, thank you so much for that tip. Thank you for the support. That is the tip goal fully completed. Sorry for interrupting.
Good to know.
Wow.
Do you guys have other questions about the canisters? Or this canister?
And it's just a circular burnt out hole?
Not quite circular. You know, when things explode, they tend not to be circular in explosions, but there's definitely a spot that is completely gone.
Blast would like to scrutinize the hole.
It is a hole. It is a holy hole. It's a holy hole that is kind of holy.
As I roll and get a 12 on my perception.
Is that your total?
Yeah, my perception has 0 ranks.
Oh. Well, it is definitely a holy hole that is holy.
Lost eventually shrugs, hands it back to the other two. This looks more like something one of my friends would make.
Any other questions?
That seems very befuddled.
What does it seem to be constructed out of?
Simple steel, kind of like a, soda can.
Is it the size of a soda can?
No, it's a little bit bigger. It's more like the size of a Monster Energy drink.
Huh. That's a little big for a smoke bomb.
It is.
Well, okay, so the military grade ones can,
They can get quite big.
some of them are,
You know what? Last is going to call over one of the guards.
Uh-huh.
There was a component that burned through this canister. Were you able to retrieve it?
The guard will go and have to grab the notes and then shake his head at you after he grabs the notes and say, no, that portion was never found. Possibly completely destroyed.
Is the scene of the crime still cordoned off?
Currently, yes.
May we see it?
That you might have to get authorization for through your captain.
Do you have any notes regarding scorch marks, direction therein?
He's going to go through it. We can tell where the canister landed. There's a stain in the floor.
A stain.
Yes, black in color. That's why we knew it was an explosion of some form.
Smoke bombs don't traditionally explode in a way that leaves a scorch mark.
Do they? We don't know. Not very many of us know. We got this information from one of the other guards that said that smoke bombs in his world did. So we went by what he said.
Maybe a more primitive design. I suppose the easy way would be to make fire. That doesn't make sense here. Do you have any notes from the witness? Anything particular about this one?
Nothing unusual from the others. It was a normal day. They didn't pay attention to the individuals that walked in during the situation. Just continued their business. Next thing they know, the man is screaming that was being kidnapped. Bomb went off. They talk about some sort of haze, smoke. They struggled to word it correctly. And then couldn't really find themselves acting. So about the same.
They had difficulty taking action?
Something about not knowing how to react, being afraid. They were able to draw their weapon, but they weren't able to do much more.
No. This smells like a spellcraft roll.
Sure.
That I also have +0 in. Stares at the rest of you.
Lol.
I wonder who here would be good at spellcraft.
Jeez, I wonder.
I got
Yeah.
a +5.
I have a +6.
But you are
I'm
not
going
here,
to utilize my nanite surge,
Sure thing.
which hold on a second while I go and look that up again.
Oh.
Okay, yeah. So
Here you go, Vari.
that I'm not going to burn a reroll, I don't think. Even though I only rolled a 5.
Ridiculously high number incoming.
32.
That's what I thought. No, this is very much
Damn.
starting to sound like Magitech. This is starting to sound like a device that you would create. It sounds like it has multiple layers of effects, and for some odd reason, the whole idea that time suddenly existing inside of Twilight, or being forced to exist, would probably screw with the Dedisons, because they're not used to hard time existing here. It would probably be hard to reasonably react to a situation when real time settles in a place with no real time. It's probably extravagantly jarring and terrifying. Harking you back to your office where hard time existed for a brief moment.
I'm so upset with you.
Oh, you figured it out?
I'm so fucking upset with you. Oh my god.
God.
They have time bombs.
God Damn it.
Womp womp.
I figured it out after you. Gosh. dang it.
Yep. So Zim, remember how you said nobody talk. Yep, it's a time bomb. Welcome to a long running joke I was waiting for.
Okay.
This small room was a reference intentionally.
So it was keep talking and no one explodes.
Yeah, but the reverse. Keep talking and maybe you'll figure out that nobody or everybody has exploded.
Screams.
As Mal is throwing a whole bunch of stuff at me now. So yes, you're looking at a time bomb.
Well, that's gonna be fun to deal with. How about we don't?
Causes a jarring situation, suddenly fear because time is real and you can feel things that you weren't before. Yeah, this is complex magic stuff right there, Dr. Volt. Have fun explaining this to Varien, to Last and Fret.
It's a bomb. It makes time less wibbly wobbly.
You know, honestly, that's probably about as close to an explanation as he's going to be able to give them.
Fred
Because
will just
temporal
be
mechanics
absolutely-
are a bitch.
But we'll just shrug and write out. Okay.
Oh.
One of the things Dr. Volt will say in order to impress upon people is as such. Look, I would like you to take a look at the source who is saying this. This is advanced.
Fret suddenly has a concerned look and hastily scribbles out, wait, like all over his chalkboard, and then kind of just hastily wipes his chalkboard and then begins writing out. There's a correlation between this and the lab being broken into.
Almost certainly.
Fret will continue with a smoke bomb that affects time.
In
The
an
one
area
thing
where
that you-
several stealth-related technologies were stolen, dismantled, or otherwise inconvenienced.
Brett will scribble out. The way to counter such a thing would be a removal of the smoke. Which there's a device that was in works that would have done that. The way that you would
Which, being a
detect
threat
it
to their device, they have sought to.
the way to detect it being a thing would be a non-detection detector. The way to deploy it reliably requires invisibility.
So all three of you can make an intelligence check now.
Well, one thing Dr. Volt has come to without making a roll for an intelligence check is odd man out being the memory device.
Not so. As I get a 3 on my intelligence check. But he just sort of
21.
keys off of that.
Isn't it really odd that your company made all three devices? Or this company was making all three devices and they were all stolen on the same day? All 5 devices. Well, technically 4 out of the 5. Isn't it weird that they're all in progress at the same time? And then taken at the same time?
The memory.
Oddly, it gives at least a little bit of semblance that at the very least they're not working with the people who did this ransacking, because why would they have been creating them in the first place?
Are you sure about that?
No longer.
I was until you said that.
21 on the intelligence check, by the way. So
And
Yeah, I
22
saw
on my
that.
intelligence
go
check.
with the
I saw the net
Yeah.
20.
yep. Yep.
It's just really interesting that those projects just happen to be there around the time that this is all happening, and that they're all stolen on the same day. Around the time that... Well... things seem to be close to completion. And maybe somebody decided not to run off into the mist. Or not the mist, off into nowhere to try and track down his things. It's like a plan failed and they felt they had to move.
Fret will hastily scroll out. How many people knew exactly what was being done in all of those labs, all at the same time? And then we'll add his own answer. I can only think of one.
Dr. Volt would actually know of two. Because Dr. Volt was accidentally pulled in the project by the lead scientist in here, by somebody that was supposed to go and get a Dr. Holt, whom also suggested this project specifically, or at least gave the boss of the situation the idea.
Dr. Volt will volunteer this information.
I didn't write down this guy's name.
Dr. Holt?
No, so there was an
the Lich,
assistant
right?
that... No.
Oh,
So
okay.
Dr. Volt was collected by the same man that designed your mask. Or did the electronics for your mask. Instead of Dr. Holt. Who Dr. Holt doesn't necessarily always work in the building. He sometimes works in his own little tower because he's a weird lich fucker. So Dr. Volt ended up on this project. And according to the boss, according to the boss, Dr. Marten got this idea from the same assistant he sent to go and get Dr. Holt, who retrieved Dr. Volt instead.
Brett will scroll out. I think we need to go have a nice talk with the doctor.
Dr. Morin would be more than capable of just simply waiting for the projects to be complete before taking the finished and functional versions, rather than taking unreliable prototypes and notes.
Fret will scribble out. So it's the other then.
It's likely the other.
You,
Though I should
you must
point out,
remember the amount of spycraft that is going on, however, and perhaps that he knows that we know that he knows that we know, and he'll just kind of trail off.
What were you saying, Key? Oh, Key?
just making sure my Discord works.
What were you saying?
It's likely the other, but don't discount Morin entirely. If he wants to make a project secret, he could always have it stolen away and worked on elsewhere. Using whatever notes and experimental pieces have already been worked on just makes the work less difficult to replicate.
There is
Brett will-
one more aspect I would like to throw into that. If he was intending to do some sort of clandestine skullduggery, he would hardly have been amenable to the idea of, oh, well, I requested Dr. Holt, but they got Dr. Volt, so this is just fine. He would likely want things to stick to the plan,
Fret nods.
especially not getting in the scientist he has on his payroll that is a member of the Recallers who have significant more leeway in their ability to investigate than most.
A fair point. Pardon me for being a bit
Fret
leery
will,
of the man.
Fret will
No,
scribble
no,
out.
I do not blame you.
Fret will scribble out. I kind of like the bird.
He has created a think tank of mad scientists. I mean, there's naturally going to be some suspicion upon him. To which I met
And
with
Fret will,
silence.
Fret will, scroll out. Anyways, shall we go slap around a Dr. Dude?
Before we get to the slapping, perhaps we should do more legwork and verify we would be slapping the right person. Just because he is the only subject, or the only suspect we are able.
Capable.
No, yeah, that's not even the word I want. Just because he is the only suspect we have currently discerned, does not mean that he is necessarily the correct suspect.
Fret
The amount
offers the
of
suggestion.
cloak and dagger bullshit going on always suggests that someone is pulling strings from the shadows. And if there
Fret
is
will,
one thing this place has more than its fair share of, he just kind of gestures to the world around. It is shadows.
Last looks mildly offended.
What were you about
Fret
to
will
say
offer
there?
the suggestion. Well, how about we go check out the other two sites?
I suppose there's no harm. If there's any variance in the canisters, it would mean that that technology in and of itself is not in a complete state.
So
Fret
GM
nods.
question. GM question: are you guys going to go for the new canisters, or are you going to go to the labs?
So, Last is going to make a suggestion. Of the three of them, he is the most likely to be able to get out of a situation on his own. And he also has the guard credentials to get into the office on his own. He also knows the way up to Dr. Morin, and Dr. Morin has a vested interest in his weird physiology. So he probably won't have difficulty speaking with him. Fret and Volt are smarter than he is when it comes to technology. So they should probably go and investigate the other locations. And as he says this, he realizes there is a hitch in this plan.
They're not guards.
Fret shakes his head vehemently.
Yeah, allow me to raise a simple counterpoint. Dr. Volt is the most likely to be able to get back into the facility.
Yeah, just do
Considering he
the.
works
Oh,
there.
I forgot my left-handed cadoodle valve. So I need to pick it up or something like that.
Blast is sad. He thought he had a good plan, then realized he had a bad plan.
One way or the other. Well, you guys just. How about I give you guys a moment to decide, and I switch over to Shoal and Paint.
Hey, Viv, you... Okay.
He's there. There is a Viv. There is a Shoal.
There is.
So
I exist at some point, possibly.
So, Shoal, you bring Paint out to the training grounds that you've been meeting this gentleman.
Correct.
Now I can finally actually do this as well. Do I still have it up? I do. Look, I actually... Raijin was nice enough to do a thing.
Arjun was nice enough to do a do-up.
Do-up, dap, do-up. We'll just make it big. There we go. There's your gentleman. He gives no shits.
Nerd.
Ha!
He is
Looks like-
waiting, like he has been.
Yup. Shoal is here.
As well as Paint.
Yep. And Shoal's gonna motion with one paw at the guy, the drow, possibly drow.
Paint is sniffing. Does he smell, Era on the glasses?
Not the
Or-
glasses he's wearing. You do vaguely smell Arabane, but he wears a lot of perfume.
Ah.
A lot of cologne.
Well, Paint is sending along to both Shoal and this individual the image of the glasses. And Doggo Arabane.
The guy pauses for a moment and goes, "Do you mean my glasses or Arabane's glasses?"
He sends along the Doggo Arabane again.
I'm assuming that's Arabane. He looks at Shoal.
He sneezes.
Don't ask me. I can barely understand anything that this dog puts out.
He'll reach into one of his pockets and pull out a pair of glasses that are fit for somebody with a muzzle and be like, "These things?
Sneeze, sneeze, sneeze.
What do you want with them?"
He sends the image of them being on his, himself with the glasses on his snout.
Well, they'll probably work better on you than me. The damn things don't work on humanoids. I don't have a snout. Isn't that fantastic? They're supposed to be magical. You'd think they'd work, but are you sure you want to put these things on? They're a little bit of a trip.
He sends along the image of Doggo Arabane at the end of the bridge, telling, with the speech bubble and the glasses. No question mark this time, but then Paint having the glasses on.
He just kind of shakes his head and he goes, "All right. Slight warning, you might get a headache." And then he'll crouch down and go to put them on your face. Of course, big magical things meant for creatures with muzzles, they do adjust to you. Now, what I want you to imagine is putting on a VR headset where the contrast is relatively low, lights are dimmed or have a black spot over them, the colors are exaggerated as if to make them more prominent and more easily visible. It's like somebody's correcting for a lack of vision, or a clouded vision, or maybe somebody that sees through shadows.
He blinks one eye, then the other.
Can you do me a favor and roll a perception check? And totally disregard the random note that I might be setting you.
Uh-oh.
So,
Well-
can I just make a a side note that I appreciate. I so appreciate that literally everyone just absolutely immediately understands that a sneeze is yes.
I mean, it's got to be something.
Oh. Oh, okay. 29. He'll probably be looking at this guy first and then over at Shoal.
Hey, there's this really weird thing that's in these glasses as well that you can see that I think I described in a previous campaign to Taya at one point in time. Yourself and Shoal have these strange threads coming from them.
Yeah, that was definitely to me.
Straight on towards different directions from your center. You notice one in particular, depending on how close you consider your bond to be with Last and Lost, seems a little bit thicker, but it is rerouted specifically through the magic item you wear around your neck. You see one that even connects you and Shoal. You're pretty sure you can even tell which one goes between Shoal and Fret, because it is rather thick. They come in varieties of, you're guessing these are colors?
Paint just tilts his head, staring in the direction of Shoal, but more looking through Shoal at the lines. Blink one eye, then the other.
The half-troll gentleman stands up and goes, yeah, that's about how I felt. I could only look through one lens at a time, too. Shoal, do you need the day off? You seem to have company.
He wanted to come talk with you. I assume about the glasses that you gave him?
Yeah, those are Airbane's glasses. I was trying to borrow them to try and look into something, but I can't wear the damn things.
Fair
I have
enough.
screwed up vision too. They don't work on me. That's all I needed, really.
Paint still just staring past Shoal, or through Shoal.
Shoal is gonna like wave a paw in front of Paint's face.
He shakes his head. Arf! And... Oh, go ahead.
Shoal was gonna be like, so what exactly did you need those for?
Paid pauses and sends a mental image, the same one that he sent of him wearing them, you know, with in front of Arabane, Doggo Arabane, with the speech bubble of the glasses on his face, on Paint's face. And then he just kind of shrugs.
Fair enough. Shoal's gonna pause and go, do you think that they need me for the whole thing that's going down?
Paint considers and shrugs again.
That's what I think. Because Shoal's skill set is diverse, but also not.
Just for out of character reference, right now, what Paint is seeing are the threads of fate. Anybody that remembers you and you remember in turn, there is a thread between you. This is the connections that you have with every person that you've ever had any form of legitimate relationship with. Not somebody that just, you saw once in a shop and they vaguely remember you. No, these are personal connections. They're always straight from you to them unless a magical item like yours diverts that.
But even then, it still winds up going to them.
Yes, it will still go to them, but it's notable because it comes out of you at an angle directly towards the magical device and then out towards the thing. So you can tell that it's bent.
Okay.
Instead of straight out from you.
Aww.
That
Shoal has a personal connection with Paint.
Yeah,
You
it's
do
almost
remember
like we're
things.
party members.
Yeah, I would just like to point out, just wanting to punch someone in the face really, really hard is a personal connection.
To be fair, at this particular moment, Shoal is not wishing harm upon Paint. He just wants to inconvenience Paint if he can get away with it.
I'm not saying Shoal wants that. I'm just saying a strong personal connection to someone does not necessarily mean a good personal connection to someone.
True.
Exactly. But I don't know. Shoal, there is a bunch of weirdness going on in town, and you could probably go a day without basically being, tortured with not being able to eat food, and then tortured with eating too much food. This would be an excuse to get out of training.
Yes, but also Shoal isn't dumb enough to stop training if it's not safe. So Shoal is going to ask if that's even remotely safe for him to not do it today.
Perfectly fine. A day off won't kill you. And a day off for me will also not kill me.
But will it kill somebody else?
He looks you over and goes, "Not unless you intend to."
Good enough for me.
I mean, if we stop for like 4 or 5 days and you ate nothing, then it might be a problem. But you're probably going to be very intentional about it right now.
Paint tilts
Probably.
his head, and
Well, then I'm going to go see if my chucklefuck teammates need me for anything, and if I turn out to be completely useless towards what they're doing, I'm just gonna come back to doing this.
Oh shit, that means I have to stay here. Alright.
Well, no, I'll just be by tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
I'm not gonna make you wait here for, upwards of half the day.
Good, considering I don't know what a day is here.
An indeterminate passage of time, but it's long enough to be annoying.
Yes. I'm gonna go busy myself with other things other than Arabane's bullshit. Bye. Never do Arabane a favor.
Not even if he paid me.
Then at that point, it is not a favor.
Exactly.
Paint gives Shoal a big lick.
Shoal gets, Paint gets bapped.
Paint just
that
wags.
that instinctive cat smack.
Paint
One
is
that
wagging.
happens like 10 times in a row.
Yes, but Shoal only does it once, because his paw is the size of Paint's face. He doesn't need to hit Paint like 10 times.
Paint looks so happy right now.
Oh, it's the thing where there's the doggo that is trying to be the best friend of the cat, and the cat baps the doggo, and the doggo is just so happy,
Exactly.
even though, yeah.
Physical touch? This must be something of endearment.
To be fair,
urge to push paint in the water is rising.
I mean, to be fair, in the language of cats, back the fuck up, you're in my personal space, is kind of cat-ese for you are allowed to be around me, but not this close.
Well,
Which is kind of a
we've-
term of endearment in cat.
we have established that paint has not stepped over the line that Shoal put down when paint joined the group. As long as paint doesn't overstep that line, paint gets to live. In Shoal's presence, at least.
Oh.
We just need a moment where Shoal has to save paint.
Shoal will
Aw.
refuse on principle.
No.
You say this, but we all know
Shoal-
that the cat may have already decided that the dog is theirs.
No.
Oh,
No, the doggo is lost.
Correct.
Yeah,
It's up to
different
Lost
cat.
to save the dog.
A different cat already claimed paint.
Yeah. If anyone's gonna Shoal will just push Last over to take the hit for paint. Same difference.
hey, cat behavior 100%. Got it. So, are you guys
Shoal's gonna be like, I'm not saving him. You're saving him. Pushes in way.
This is your dog. Go.
I have a higher
Okay.
initiative. I can make that work.
So,
Okay, guys. Yeah. So,
Paint?
last can,
what's the vote?
uh,
Oh, go ahead.
before
so-
you guys continue, let me finish with those two.
Yeah, sorry.
So now we gotta go find the chuckle fucks.
As I've been
And
trying to say
yeah,
for
paint's
the
just
sixth time,
go ahead.
paint can follow the lines.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say too. Paint's just gonna take off, running through the city, following the line from him to Last.
Are you going to even wait for Shoal remotely?
Shoal is faster. It doesn't matter.
Never mind.
Paint has what? 30 feet of move speed?
No, he's got 40.
Okay, so we're the same speed.
They're going to barrel through the city. Now you guys need to make your choice. Make your choice.
I vote we go to the lab.
Last also votes for the lab.
Lab it is then.
Does it really take that much convincing for Volt to want to go to the lab?
No.
Not at all.
Wait, hold on.
Last. I really want to go to the lab. The canisters are probably the same. They might be different, but it might not be a big difference.
All right, so let me see. Emerald Academia is there. You guys are there. They're following direct lines. Space is meaningless, so we're going to put you all into 7. All
Alright,
of you.
I have found the soundtrack for the idiots running through the city.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Is it
Is
Benny
this
Hill?
copywritten?
Yes. Well, probably.
Is it Benny Hill?
It is not Benny Hill.
Ah, good.
It's in shitpost.
Oh, of course.
Oh, he
It's-
escaped from the
it's
city.
Sonic.
I think I can
Sonic.
actually play this, can I? Sim, can we play
You
that?
can definitely play it on Twitch.
I have no idea.
What YouTube?
Oh,
I-
yeah, YouTube's the problem.
I don't take the risk personally.
Okay, those of you watching, you need to play Escape from the City from Sonic Adventure 2.
It's the one with the bass line. Do 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 do. My bass is broken, otherwise I'd try and play it. Because I did know how to play it once.
No, it's
I'm
broken
posting it in
again.
meme channels.
It's been broken.
Modern
I thought it
games,
fixed.
modern games, I would definitely say it'd be probably fine. But older games, I'm always hesitant on, especially things like Nintendo and Sega, because while the actual song may not be copywritten, this random cover done by somebody else probably is, And YouTube's algorithm will misidentify it, and it's just a nonsense thing to figure out.
Yeah, they got bots that use
Identify it,
scans.
but the fucker with the cover is going to claim it purposely.
Well, there's that, and there's also the fact that Sonic games specifically used actual musicians who also own the copyrights to many of their own songs.
This game is over 20 years old. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Well, so
Yeah, that's-
generally speaking,
That's why it's more dangerous
generally
to
speaking,
use.
Sega are pretty cool about this.
Usually, but the problem with a lot of those Sonic games from around that era is that they're written by actual artists. So that's why I hesitate too.
It's like Sega may be fine, but it's the others that are the worry.
I mean, UMG is probably going to copyright it anyway, so...
Yeah, let's save Zim the turmoil.
Okay.
Even if we didn't have any music, UMG would copyright it because the sound of our voice sounds like a bass line that they created. A singular bass, like bass string pluck. They went, nope, we made that. Copyright your whole
It's
thing.
like the copyright trolls of the music industry.
They
Well-
quite literally are. That's why nobody likes them.
Either rate. So what happens is
Today I have
Y'all-
patented the word "the."
I'm gonna patent the words UMG, so the letters
Hey,
UMG, so I
y'all.
can. Okay, fair.
Shush.
I do have important question.
Mm-hmm.
Will Paint and Shoal... will they make it into the lab before Paint and Shoal arrive?
I was getting there.
Okay,
Yeah. Give him.
carry on.
Give him.
Okay. So, what I'm going to have happen is Paint and Shoal are going to run into the group in the middle of the street. Whether Paint and Shoal decide this is literal or figurative is up to them.
Literal in the case of Paint, last is getting tackled.
That's what I thought. And this
Oh.
will probably happen somewhere in the Twilight Hills district. Shoal, do you want to tackle yours?
Who do what?
Do you want to tackle yours when you run into them in the street? Because Paint's apparently
Do-
going to tackle Last Lost.
Do you want to tackle Fret?
That's not even a question worth asking.
I have to ask because you could say no. So there is no figurative when I say run into,
Correct.
leaving only one individual in the party standing, which would be
Shoal
Dr. Wolf.
is a bowling ball, and Fred is the pins.
Which is weird because one of us is dressed like a bowling ball.
Oh no.
That's the heavily armored one.
Oh, don't worry, the heavily armored one's going down now.
Yep, and
There
getting
is a crash.
many licks.
Many lucks? I could use many lucks. My rolls have been mediocre
clock,
today.
clock, 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 clock.
Lick, 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 lick.
So in the middle of the street, the two feral party members are going to bowl into two of the three bipedal members and bowl them over onto their backs in open public. Thump.
Panicked flailing commences.
You get a paw smooshed into your face for a half second, and then you get let up.
But Fret just kind of remains laying on the ground.
Shoal is smugging.
For the purposes of the strings, you can see that definitely, by the way, Paint, that yes, the line that goes between Shoal and Fret is thick and noticeable.
Man, it's almost like our fucking brains are connected.
Oh my goodness, who would have noticed? You also notice that the lines that go between you guys are perfectly straight, as you can see some of them going off in the distance. I would like you to roll me an initial perception check. Okay.
You need the total, or?
Yes, I need a total.
Oh, okay. I don't like that number, but that would be an 11. No, 12.
Okay. Good to know. Why don't you guys go ahead and roleplay what the heck's going on? Because y'all need to like actually discuss what the plan is.
Well, first off, last is not being let up until paint's pushed off. You know, typical doggo thing.
Oh, that's fine, because Lost, he was holding the folder of paperwork. What do you think happened to that when he got bowled over?
No!
Just a shower of papers flying into the air, slowly fluttering down on the street. He groans. Oh, that's going to suck to clean up. It's nice to see you too, Paint. He's going to pet over his dear sweet doggo, and then gently but firmly push the dog off of his chest so he can sit up and start collecting the papers.
Paint, not wanting to leave anyone out, goes and gives a big blem to the still prone Fret. And then front paws up on Volt's chest to try and push him over, too.
Do I need to make some sort of
Fred,
opposed strength check?
That's more up to you. But either way, you're getting blemmed.
I will just be mlemmed.
Fret flails upon being licked, and then gets up and makes an exasperated huff. And then Fret scribbles out on his chalkboard. So where did you guys come from, and how did you guys find us? Like
Paint sends
wow.
the...
Middle. I mean,
Sorry. I'm not normally this interruptive.
Now, this is just this party in a nutshell. We tend to be like this sometimes.
oh,
Well, even still with this party, I'm not normally so interruptive, but I don't know. Paint's happy, I'm
I don't
happy.
know,
It's cute.
positive energy is way too strong tonight for some reason.
It's all the caffeine we've had.
Well, okay, so I did have what was kind of halfway coffee, so I guess.
But yes, continue.
Yeah, Fred's like, we're in the middle of the street. I'm surprised y'all found us.
Paint is sending along the image of the glasses that are now affixed to his face. And he also sends a rough idea of the lines connecting everybody. So all the Doggo people and Shoal, all connected together by these lines.
Okay, hello.
Fred will begin brushing himself off, thinking it's implying something about spiderwebs.
Technically, Last Lost can roll a knowledge religion.
Sure. I actually have a rank in that.
Good night, Mala.
Good night, Mama. Be a good moth. Or else. That is a nat 20 for a 24.
You know, since when has the Doggo wore glasses? Those are Arabane's glasses. Those are Arabane's glasses.
Once he's collected his papers to satisfaction, he can organize them later. Just like he needs them collected. and got them into the folder again, he noticed his glasses. And if he were wearing his mask right now, the brow would furrow. Why are you wearing Arabane's spectacles?
You can probably see the threads of fate right now.
Wait, is this the mission he sent you on?
Sneezes.
What mission requires you to see how fate works? He tilts his head, curious and perhaps not entirely happy with Arabane's choice.
Paint pauses. He doesn't know if he should reveal the part with about last with them, but he is going to send mental image of Doggo Fret, completely quiet, and then another one of Doggo Fret howling.
Just gonna say, that sounds like a Star Wars character.
Oh, Fred.
What?
Bounty Hunter Doggo Fret. I can dig it.
Oh gosh.
I'm not running a Star Wars game.
No, thank you. Oh. Something about Fret's voice?
Sneezes. And wags faster.
Fred has a sudden, very concerned look and hastily scribbles out, "Wait, so she's here?"
Pain.
And then,
Oh, go ahead.
go ahead.
Paint pauses. He looks uncertain, but he sends along the image of Doggo Arabaean sending, the sending Paint to get the glasses and wear them, and Arabaean with the speech bubble, with the previous two images of Fret not able to howl and then being able to howl.
Fred kind of just has a really worried look and kind of just begins kind of nervously looking around.
Paint is now seeming worried as well. Tail
Whatever
between
this mission-
legs, ears splayed.
Whatever this mission is, let's leave Paint to it for now. We have much to do already. And I would not ask you to delve into those things.
Fred tentatively nods.
When you're ready. If you're ever ready. Alright?
Fred nods.
Les smiles and he gives Fret a gentle pat on the shoulder. He's trying to do the nice leader thing.
Meanwhile, Paint thought this was a good thing and now is no longer certain.
Be a good thing. I mean, you know what you connect dots with, right?
Nice.
But you guys are going to an office. I'm
Ah,
assuming things are going to get explained on the way.
yes. Last is going to at least try to explain it. That way Fret doesn't have to scribble out nearly half as much.
Fret looks so appreciative.
Lost is mildly tempted to take the chalkboard so you can't write for a little bit. Something, something, you should rest your hands. Something, something, carpal tunnel. I can't get it, you can.
Now that's in his
Fish
head. That might happen
tunnel.
now. Carpal tunnel sucks. All right, before we do this, I'm going to run the bathroom really quickly because I am drinking way too many fluids again. And then I will commence.
I am surprised I haven't gotten carpal tunnel. Though I do have ulnar tunnel syndrome.
Ooh.
But that one, thankfully, is very easy to manage, and I just basically have to, I cannot rest my elbows, like, on my arm rests and such. But luckily I am tall enough that doing that anyways is not really an option. And then I have to be careful when I sleep. I cannot sleep with my arms straight at all. I have to keep them bent.
Yeah, I have carpal tunnel. I have the early stages of it, so I just do exercises here and there, and it's fine. But man, when it goes off, it hurts so bad.
Mm-hmm.
So something I had to explain to one of my nephews once is that if I grip onto something really tight and it starts to tug, sometimes I'm incapable of letting go. My hand will just lock up. I had to explain that to my nephew because we were roughhousing, and I grabbed onto his shirt, and he started tugging back and getting really angry I wasn't letting go. And I was like, kid, you need to stop because I can't let go. And the more you tug, the more this hurts me. Please stop. And let me peel my hand off your shirt. It hurts so bad. But you guys make it to the building. Of course, 2 new guards are standing out there now. Seems they're appropriately trying to do shifts.
In this place without time.
Yes. There
Welcome
is a
back,
working
boys.
clock. Remember, there is technically a working clock that is synced. So if you buy a watch here, it does actually work.
Time is subjective.
Yes. It's just what's an hour to you and what's an hour to the person next to you are 2 different things, unfortunately.
And what's a night to, Shoal is many years to paint.
Pretty much. But if you use a watch and everybody wears a watch and they all look at it, it'll say the exact same time no matter what.
There's subjective time, and then there's twilight time.
Twilight is a special case. But yes, how are you approaching the guards?
Oh, Lost is going to approach. He's going to show them his badge. I see things have settled somewhat.
We're about 3/4 of the way through the individuals.
I see. Have Dr. Morin or his assistant been sent home?
Dr. Morin is around. I don't know if his assistants have been excused or not yet.
Please double check that his assistants are still here. In the meantime, we are going in to have a chat with Dr. Morin.
We are?
We, as in my team. He gestures towards Fragment Not Found.
Why them?
There were callers.
The guards look at each other. Is there authorization for this? I don't know if we have a form for this yet.
He's going to do that thing where he rolls his eyes.
What constitutes his eyes?
Yes. Just rotating them a full 360 degrees.
Look, if you screw around in there and whatever your team does is your fault, we're not getting yelled at.
That's the point of me being team leader. Besides, the sergeant already wants my hide for being gone for a week, so call it making up for lost time.
One of them goes, "How were you gone?" And then the other one cuts him off and says, "Sign here," and holds out a clipboard. Sign
Thank you.
in, names. We'll fill in the times.
Thank you. And he's going to sign, take clipboard, make sure everybody else signs.
And you're let in the building due to poor procedure that's not established yet. Congratulations. How does it feel?
Paint just puts a paw print on there, probably covering several others.
Oh, they're in trouble now.
Uh-huh. It feels convenient. And also, he's pretty sure this is going to get hashed out very soon after this, and some small part of him is proud for forcing it to happen.
As you walk in, you can see the one quarter of the building that is still there. You don't see Dr. Morin specifically, but you assume that he's probably somewhere in the building.
Just going to approach the group. Have any of you seen Dr. Morin?
The guard with the clipboard will point towards one of the back offices. He's in the security room.
Thank
Who are you?
I'm last lost.
Uh-huh, and?
Oh, I see. We're doing the full formal title thing now.
Just show your badge, dude. We're supposed to be looking at badges.
He literally did not take his badge out of his hand, just holds it up, looking kind of annoyed.
Paint
Sorry,
pulls,
procedure.
Paint pulls his bobby cap out of his bag and puts it on.
Oh, you managed to bring your animal companion with. How adorable. Ruffle, ruffle, ruffle. Oh, wait, I'm not supposed to be doing that right now. Stands back up. Yeah, he's in the security office back there.
Blast has to stifle the urge to correct this person. Thank you. Stiffly walks to the security office.
You guys get to the security office and... oh boy, do the 70s strike again. Ah, those
No.
old tube TVs. Cameras weren't very common in every room inside back in the 70s. He obviously designed the security system himself because he thought he could figure it out and do it best himself. He is now re-examining his work as you guys walk in, looking at these old tube TVs, many of which are unplugged, and looking exacerbated. He doesn't even look up when you guys walk in.
Dr. Morin.
He jumps and almost drops the TV and goes, "What? You folk are here? Does that mean the building's down being in lockdown? Are we able to work again?"
No. The lockdown is still proceeding. About a quarter of the building are still inside.
Course hyperfocus.
I have a question for you, Dr. Morin. In fact, we have a few questions for you.
You wouldn't
he
be the
just-
first.
Your assistants, are they still here?
Oh, I technically don't have direct assistance, but I don't know. I've been in this room for a while. Why?
The projects that were pillaged. Who was it that suggested each of them?
Well, let's see. There was yours, which was the same guy that made or helped me make Last Lost Mask. I got the smoke idea from him when he was talking about accidentally releasing vapors in his office and how convenient it would be to be able to deal with that rather quickly in an emergency situation. The invisibility thing, I think I also got from him because he complained about the expense of superior invisibility, and how it'd be really nice to pass or see light waves from other angles. The nuclear stuff we've been working on for a while, but that wasn't him. And then you see him set down the monitor and then lean on it.
Fret will scribble out. Notice anything odd about what you just said?
And he's tapping his feathers like one would tap his fingers. It's kind of interesting to see feathers tap in that direction. They're almost finger-like. It's weird. It's like looking at a video game. And he goes, you know, I'm going to see if he's still around, but if you guys want to go to his office, it's on the 3rd floor, 309.
Fret
I do
nods.
believe I'm firing somebody today. Starts to preen himself a little bit because he's a mess.
Fret just gives a thumbs up.
Depending on the situation, it might be deleterious to fire them right away. It would mean the jig is up.
I have a feeling the jig is already up if he went this far, because he could have just waited till all these things were done and then taken him. Something pressed him to move quicker. Either rate, he adjusts his coat, his lovely tweed coat, then takes a monitor and pushes it on the floor so that way it breaks, and goes, old technology. My security system is flawed. And walks out of the room.
It is
I
an
just have a
attack.
question. As a bird, would that make it a tweet coat?
No, because he's not on Twitter yet.
You mean X?
Never call it X in my presence again.
Like, just hearing that pun just made me infinitely more tired. Like, I'm just... I legitimately lost energy hearing that.
Oh,
So, do you guys want to go up to his office? Or do you want some witty banter amongst each other?
I think that we are booking it up to the office, or at least Fret is.
It is time for office investigation.
You guys make it up to his office, and unlike a lot of the rooms around here, most scientists do lock their doors. This one is slightly ajar, but there is no marks of break-in. It has just been left slightly open.
Well, in we go.
You haphazardly, without checking for traps, open the door, and thankfully there are none.
Shoal
see-
is trusting in his reflexes here.
So Shoal shoves his way into an office that is actually relatively clean. You can see the area where he normally does his work, with the lights all proper and everything else, but no sort of scientific endeavors going on. The desk is well organized, lacking any paperwork except for a single notebook. It looks like everything's been filed away, the chair has been pushed in, everything is exactly where you would believe it should be. I believe Dr. Volt is currently screaming, and this is not scientist.
This is one of the offices that was broken into?
No, this is his office. It was not broken into. It was
Okay.
just left slightly open.
Okay.
Fret is going to walk up to the notebook
Mm-hmm.
and is going to not looking at the notebook, will begin casting a spell.
What spell?
Rune Trace.
No runes.
And then feeling in for the page through the pages.
Yeah, surprisingly, no runes.
Oh. Well, after determining that there are no runes, he will flip open the journal.
On page 1, it says, just in case you forget, you are writing this particular journal to track every single hour of every single day because you seem to be having some sort of blackouts. I don't know why I'm saying you to me. We are the same person. But I don't remember everything, and you probably already know this, or maybe you don't. I don't know. It just feels like there are blank spots in my mind. So every hour, track them. Track every hour. Track every hour.
Lost, just sort of sidling over and looking over Fred's shoulder to read, since clearly it must be safe if Fred is reading it right.
It is. It is more likely to cause you to fucking die if Fred is reading it.
Yeah, well, we all know what happened the last time he read something on his own, so that might be why.
When you begin to flip through the pages, you guys begin to notice something very interesting. He literally is cataloging every hour, and you can tell where his blank spots are. He draws question marks in those particular hours. He was very much paying attention to whatever watch he was, and he was indeed experiencing areas of no memory. You begin to see some interesting notes. On one page, underneath where the question marks are, there's a note that says left office to go get blacklight for experiment. When I got back to office, I had blackout and found blacklight dropped on ground. Blacklight was broken. Ended up not being able to bring blacklight into room. You see another note that says, I don't remember having a conversation with the boss, but I don't know how to tell him, and I can't seem to tell him that I don't remember this conversation. But it's in the name of science! Therefore, it's fine, right? I don't remember going home last night. I don't remember leaving the office. But I remember waking up in front of the office while walking in. Strange, maybe I do need sleep. I must have slept for a long time. I feel like I've slept for an entire day, but for some odd reason, I just don't want to think about it anymore. Another note that mentions I tried to get another blacklight. It was just a laser blacklight, and I found it smashed. So strange. I set it on my desk, turned around, and it was smashed, and 2 hours were gone.
He's being mind controlled, or something to that effect.
This reeks of the memory-altering runes. Or a possession, but I find that highly unlikely.
Fred will scribble out on his chalkboard. Dr. Volt, have a blacklight by chance?
How long would it take Dr. Volt to create a blacklight?
It would be easier just to go around to one of the supply closets and grab a blacklight.
So, just out of character, funnily enough, there's a 3rd level spell called Blacklight.
Or you could use that, apparently, if you have access.
Well, it says you create an area of total darkness. Darkness is impenetrable even to dark vision, but you can see normally within it.
Nah, that wouldn't be the right thing.
No, it wouldn't.
Also, I don't have access to 3rd level spells.
Oh.
And also, while, yes, he could go and get one from the supply closet, is that as fun as making one himself?
I mean, no,
Volt?
it is up to Dr. Volt. He could probably... Well, no, that would require special materials. So unless he has special materials on him, he would have to go to the supply
So
closet
the
to it.
destroyed blacklights aren't still around here.
Nope, this office is impeccably clean, which is, once again, weird because scientist.
Red flag. Red flag. Red
Yep.
flag.
Yep.
Wee-oo.
Yep. Yeah, so, honestly, you could, all you need is a source of UV radiation to mimic a blacklight, so...
Dr. Volt will just go and get a blacklight.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming
But,
you bring the blacklight
burning-
in. Yep. Go ahead.
Burning magnesium, I think, would be a way but yeah, anyways,
Don't-
continue, sorry.
Don't burn magnesium in an open air situation. Ugh. Do you know what the main ingredient to I can't say that out loud, can I?
No, actually, that's aluminum and iron powder.
There's a reason
So,
why add magnesium, but we're gonna skip that.
For paint, while Volt is going off to get the black light, he is going to sniff around for any traces of Volt in this room. Aside from his own presence.
Yep.
Because stuff was stolen from Volt, so maybe there's traces of it here.
I need you to roll a survival check. Because that's what it's based off of.
Could somebody roll a d20? I know what my bonus is, but I'm sitting off to the side, elevating my leg because it's swelling.
That's okay. I got you. You got a 16.
Okay. The bonus is a +6, I believe, now.
Well, my
So
rolls
21.
have been getting progressively better by +1 every time I've rolled today.
That's funny.
Which means Pink gets a 22.
The answer there is no. You don't smell any sign of Volt. Nothing that would be. As a matter of fact, you smell cleaning chemicals all over the place.
Paint is making a gross face.
Now for me to give a science lesson when Dr. Volt turns on a black light in the room. Did you know that laundry detergent glows in UV?
I was
Yes.
going to say, I have a question. Does anything feel off about the wavelengths in here that I can see?
Not until the black light comes on and the symbol of chaos is drawn all over the place in here.
Oh. Oh, no.
On every wall, on the ceiling, on the desk, on the table, on the drawers. You can open the drawers and they're inside. The drawers are empty across the floor. Everywhere in here. It was all done with laundry detergent because it's an easy to get thing. And suddenly this room is very cold feeling.
Soul just kind of goes, ah!
Brett will hastily scribble out the book, and then holds up the book to the black light and begins flipping through the pages.
Yep. Every single page that there's question marks, you find the chaos symbol. It's like he still had the propensity to mark down what he was doing, but it's just the chaos symbol.
Well, fuck.
I have a minor question.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shoot. No, I have an aura of good. I don't have an aura of law. Never mind. Ignore me.
And Shoal has an aura of chaos.
Really?
Yep, he
Yes.
Oh, neat.
does.
Shoal is chaotic good. Or I believe, I think he's actually chaotic neutral. Forget.
Of course. Of course. Why should I be surprised?
Shoal's gonna detect magic.
There is nothing in this room left that is magical.
Okay.
And then he gets a
Red
look
flag.
on his face.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna pull out his mask.
Mm-hmm.
Volt.
Hmm?
Check the interior. And he's going to hold out his mask to Volt.
Roll your perception, Volt. Hey, by the way,
Okay.
Paint, roll a perception check for me.
Could you do that for me, please, Key?
Yes.
By the way, for the record, I'm fine.
19.
The swelling is just I've started doing exercising and went for a walk last night and pushed myself too hard and yeah. But I'm fine.
I'm sorry, it's a 5 on the dice.
That's fine. I've got a +9 on that.
14. Got it. Dr. Volt, what was yours?
19.
You're looking over it and you look across it and then you notice something. The serial number is 00002.
Paint does actually have an idea as well. Are there any vents in this room?
Yes.
He's gonna send Rex up to look into the vents.
Good to know. The vents are clear. It looks like they have not been messed with.
Which means this is not the first time a mask like this was made.
No. You have to give him credit. He was thorough. This has to be the second.
Also, yes, Toshime, Paint went for a walk.
Serial number 2. That explains where the other mask came from. But how did they place it there?
Hey, Paint, roll another perception, please. That means, hey, roll perception for him, Key.
Sorry.
It's okay. We do this for Vari all the time. Are you sure you want me to keep rolling for you? Somebody else roll for Paint.
Okay. Let's see if this will make my rolls any better. Oh, roll. An 8. It was almost a 20.
So 17.
Still nothing. Continue.
Actually, Dr. Volt has just had an idea.
Bearing in mind, Paint has 3 rerolls that he can burn. What is that idea, Dr. Volt?
With Last Lost's permission, Dr. Volt's going to want to take a look at the tech inside this mask.
Be my guest. Tear it to pieces if you must.
Using my other... Or no, I do have 2 uses of it today, yeah. And I'm actually going to use my reroll. Hey, look, it was good to use my reroll.
That's probably going to be more than enough.
It's, how does a DC 45 sound?
A DC 45 is enough for you to tell that most of the tech in here looks like it's definitely from Twilight. Everything seems to be working properly. Everything seems to be augmented properly. They put a lot of effort into making sure it is very interesting. But then while you're going through the boards and everything else, you notice something that a lot of tech companies like to do in their boards. A teeny tiny little symbol. A teeny tiny unique little symbol. It's on one part of the board that might have been missed otherwise. A teeny tiny little symbol that one could possibly use to possibly, I don't know, always scry on somebody.
And that is what Dr. Volt was looking for. A listening device in it.
which means the trigger for him suddenly stealing everything was the fact that Last did not make a giant stink.
Or throw himself into the void.
So, in other
Dr.
words,
Volt is going to, without, it's a scrying rune, not a listening rune.
Yep, it is a scrying rune, but you
Which
can just
could
literally
do both.
scratch it out. Yes, it
No.
can.
No. Dr. Volt is enjoying kind of the spy gaminess of things going on. Dr. Volt is going to seal up the mask and say, okay, good. It doesn't look like he has tampered with anything.
Oh, I see what he's doing.
so does this mean that Paint dragging Last off to therapy in the woods actually made this guy speed up their timeline?
Yes.
Oh no. They knew.
Because they were expecting a certain reaction out of Last. That did not happen.
Never underestimate the power of anxiety.
Or overestimate it, because anxiety. Continue to think about it forever, always. It will never leave your head.
Yeah, but at the same time, in this case, that means that their plans did not actually get to finish fully. I consider this a win.
Also, do me a favor, roll a perception check. As in, somebody roll him a perception check that can roll higher than a fucking 10.
Here.
Okay. As in, this is a perception check for anyone?
No.
No, Paint's perception check.
Hang on, where's the better d20? Somebody use the gosh dang cannon.
Okay. I'm back down to a 1.
Wow.
My dice,
apparently
my
RNGesus.
dice, my dice is defective tonight.
RNGesus is saying no, but that's fine, I guess.
Sad.
Hang on.
The cannon again.
But that does beg another question, Lost. If this is number 2, and you saw number 1, is number 1 real?
A good question. And the sad truth is, he can't be sure. He has no way of knowing. He has no way of getting to wherever that is.
The world mirror exists.
There.
But can he trust it?
21.
Hey, Paint, you see a very thin golden line briefly appear when he's considering these things. It is so very thin. Going from Last at an odd angle into the city.
Paint is turning to go after it.
That is a very good idea, Pain. We should consult to Dr. Morin.
He takes off running after the line. But he's
So
not
he's
going full
Dr. Volt
speed.
Dr. Volt will be coming with.
Shoal is gonna,
Awesome.
follow because Shoal's got no fucking idea what to do.
Last, continue to observe the scene.
Wait, is Volt saying I should stay here?
Apparently.
Dr. Volt is basically okay. I don't know if I actually. What is my bluff? Do I have a bluff? I don't have a bluff.
So that's just a flat charisma check.
I mean, I do have a bluff. It's a bluff of 1.
Well, roll that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a very good bluff.
8.
Damn.
It depends on if he's, watching, I guess.
I would really assume he's watching right now.
Let's see. Oh, hey! Sense Motive actually has a rank in it. That's 19.
Yeah, Volt's being weird.
Observe the scene.
Damn it, Last, I'm a scientist, not a forensic engineer.
I suppose I could stay here. I'll need to report these symbols to the rest of the guard. Is that all right?
Yes, do that.
Rhett
Okay.
has kind of a concerned look and scribbles out, Are you sure that we should just all go?
I'm sure it's fine.
Of course I'm sure, I'm me.
I'm sure it's fine, Fred. Go ahead. Besides, we can't necessarily count on the guards here to be as thorough as I would be.
Rhett nods.
I mean, you saw their notes.
They're trying, okay?
Oh my god, I made another Darren except he's cooperative.
Not my fault you always make cuties.
Oh, Bap. Yeah, Last is gonna note the weirdness, but he's gonna go along with it because it's not often that Volt is weird in a non-Volt manner.
Yes, this is a distinctly different than normal Volt weirdness.
All right. Paint, are you going to end up waiting for Last Lost or no?
Considering it was a brief little thing, he does not want to lose the trail. But he's focused on that trail, so he's not looking for who's following. But he is going at a speed that the others could catch up and catch him. But considering he's looking through the glasses, he's not looking behind him on who's actually following.
Understood.
Oh, okay, hold on a
And-
second. I just finally found what I was looking for in the spell in question. I kind of need to retcon a few things because Dr. Volt is just going to get people roughly 10 feet away from the mask. Scrying only works to 10 feet around the target.
Well,
You can hear
Um,
audio, though, from around the area.
Oh, Volt still has the mask.
You can see and hear the subject and its surroundings approximately 10 feet in all directions.
No, Volt did give the mask back.
Yes, he did
Okay.
give the mask back. Also, that's, as per the rules, this is GM shenanigans. You don't know what I'm
Okay.
doing. You are playing it smart. You are doing the right thing, considering how the party is aware of how I've used Scry in the past.
but yeah, Fred will upon being given the go ahead from Lost, will chase after Pain.
Yep. I'm assuming all but Last and Lost are going, correct?
Yes. I don't believe anyone is staying behind with Last Lost.
I like the fact that you put an and in there, signifying that Last and Lost are different people.
Who says they aren't?
All right. Volt, I'm assuming you're going to continue to follow Paint while you discuss,
Yes.
correct? Go ahead and tell the party what you have discovered. Keep this in character music.
There's a scrying rune in his mask.
But
That's
Blake
not a
Blake
good
s-
thing.
I opted to leave it in place so we can feed misinformation.
Ah, and that's why you had him stay behind, so that way he doesn't catch on to the fact that, we're on to them.
Yes, and which is why I said I interpreted Paint's bark as saying that we should go see Dr. Morin. Rather than...
Fret,
Paint
I have
shakes
no
his
idea
head.
of what Paint wishes to do, but...
Paint shakes his head and sends the mental image of the faint golden line heading out to the city from Lost.
Actually, that is a... Paint! Tell last about the rune.
Paint, which probably still within range. Paint will send along the mental image of eyes in the sky looking down at last through the mask.
All right. He's at least going
Volt
to be
originally planned on writing it, but then I was like, wait, no, it's not a listening device. It is in fact a scrying rune, so it can perceive perceptions. But I don't believe it can perceive telepathic perceptions.
I don't believe so. Unless it's like really high levels. Well, no, that's what Detect Thoughts is about. But yeah, like whatever he's doing when he receives that image, Last is going to look around in mild confusion before he looks back at his mask and kind of gets it. And then he puts it back on. Because if they moved away and then he's getting that, it stands to reason that there must be an explanation as to why. And they'll tell him later. Because what kind of leader would he be if he could not trust them?
oh,
And then he's going to proceed to go back to informing the guard about the symbols of chaos in the room.
Understood. Paint. You follow this line into the center of the city where the line seems to go into the fountain, the world mirror, and then off at an odd angle, and I need you to roll me one last perception check. And get something very good, please. I'm demanding you roll high.
Well.
27 work?
A 27 will work. You notice that the line that comes out of the world mirror, like in a very specific spot, like it's not in the direct center off to the edge or somewhere that's sensical, it's in a weird spot, bends at a line that maybe if you nudge Fred in the right direction, will line up with a certain thread that's coming off of him. And it also does not look to be the correct angle.
Oh,
The thread
no.
coming out of
Oh, no.
the thread that is coming out of the the fountain also has that weird angle issue. But if you nudge them together,
Well, Paint is going to stop at the fountain, at the world mirror, and look at that, and go over and start nudging at Fred's leg to get him in the right spot.
both those lines lead out to the west, which would mean that it leads out to the forest. But anybody with reason knows that outside the forest, where the infinity edge is, technically is the in-between. Between reality and nothing, outside of this reality, both lines meet up perfectly.
Well, I mean, Paint wouldn't know that, but Paint's just following a trail right now. Paint is looking at the lines meeting, tilts his head, and then starts following them. Go ahead, Fred.
Okay, so Fred not seeing the lines and not knowing what's going on, will follow along. But does there come a point where Fret will realize where they're going?
Oh, Fret very quickly realizes where they're going when you hit the western wall and Paint can no longer go forward.
Paint's just pushing against the wall.
Fret will scribble out, wait, Paint, we should just go, there's a gate.
Not on the west wall, there is no gate. It's the only direction that does not have a gate.
Well, in that
There's
case,
nothing to the west, so why is he going that way? The only thing to the west is the in-between in the forest.
Which means there's something over there. The perfect place to hide.
Paint is turning and heading out one of the other gates. Or heading towards one of the other gates.
Heading towards the southern gate, because it is the closest one.
He keeps glancing over his shoulder to make sure that line's still going off of Fret.
It is.
Cool.
Kind of an icky color.
Fret will just follow along.
So what'll end up happening is you guys end up leaving the city and start traveling through the golden thing into the forest. That is a security thing. It is literally infinite. You cannot reach the edge. So you guys could technically be traveling that way forever. Everybody but Paint will know this once you guys get to the forest edge. Whatever he's following probably isn't actually in Twilight.
Oh, that's fun.
It's probably just on the outside because there's that infinity barrier here to keep things from the in-between from just wandering in from the sides.
Fret will scribble out, wait, we need our cough.
Do you really want to go into the in-between without the entire party and see where this line
No,
goes?
No, it is a case of Fret is going to suggest that they get lost, and then
Well, we are in the middle of nowhere.
Damn it!
Stupid dog. You made me look bad. Ooga booga booga.
God damn it, y'all! But get lost, get our cough, and then go out.
Hey, Paint, do you think you found the thing that you were supposed to find that you're supposed to report to Urbane yet? Or do you think there's more?
He thinks there's more, but he is thinking that he should go report to Erebaean at this point.
Yeah, but the party's suggesting to go and get Last and Lost and then going to get Dextral, so...
He's shaking
Sounds
his
like
head.
you guys...
He sends along the image of Doggo Erebaean.
Fred kind of just pauses what he's doing. And looks at Paint, awaiting the whatever further explanation.
Sorry, repeat that?
Fred stops what he's doing and just looks to Paint and awaits further explanation of what he wants to do.
Paint is sending along the mental image of his quest from Erebaean from before. But this time he includes an image of him looking through the glasses at Last Lost.
Fret will scribble out. Oh, so you want us to go talk to Erebane? I
Sneeze.
need to talk to Erebane anyways.
Sneeze.
And Fret puts away his stuff and appears to get ready to get moving.
I'm assuming no arguments from the party.
Nope.
I'm assuming Paint's going out to the bridge of nowhere.
Yes.
I assume he is going to walk onto the underside of the bridge, which probably scares the living shit out of everybody.
Yeah, he's literally just gonna go to the end of it, go between the banister, and just, whoop.
Soul just kind of sticks his head over the edge and just watches.
And then
He lands on the other side of the bridge through what looks like an illusionary wall that's not real.
And Paint just
But
casually
were
trouts
there
along.
three orange lines in front of it.
Sorry, too many people spoke at once. What'd you say, Dr. Volt?
But were there three orange lines in front of it?
No. We're not making that joke.
Oh.
What'd you say, Paint?
But
Paint was saying he's just casually walking on the underside of the bridge over to Erebane. So probably out of sight.
Fret will initially be very panicked at Paint just kind of descending, but then we'll peek over and then carefully crawl onto the underside of the bridge.
Wow, it's like gravity is to the center of the bridge. Dr. Volt and Fret, or Dr. Volt and Shoal, you going to stay on the top side or the bottom side?
Shoal will kind of just go, fuck it. And
Yeah, I mean, if everyone else is on the underside, so will Dr. Volt.
Yeah, Erebane's there, laying on his back. He looks absolutely so bored with, like, literally everything, to the point where he's balancing something on one of his claws.
I'm
Or
sorry.
at least trying to. It seems like he's failing. He keeps on hitting himself in the face.
Fret will wave enthusiastically.
This is literally well, if everybody else is jumping off the bridge, guess I will too.
I mean, when Shoal has proof that jumping off whatever it is isn't going to kill him, of course he's going to fucking do it.
So, long story from my childhood short. My mom used to say that to me. And then one day we were in Wisconsin, and some of my friends jumped off a bridge into the lake. And so did I. And when my mom later said that, I was like, well, I already have. And she was like, why? I was like, well, because 9 people jumped off a bridge and survived. Therefore, what's my chances of being the one that dies?
1 in 10.
And if they've done it a bunch of times before and they've been safe the hundreds of times they've done it, why shouldn't I?
Something gambler's fallacy, though.
True.
Accurate.
But that's a gambler's fallacy, which has to do with random chance versus somebody jumping off of a bridge that a bunch of other people have.
Technically, everything is random chance.
So,
But anyways.
Erebane sits up and then points at the glasses and goes, all right, I'll take those back now. That's probably giving you a massive headache.
Pain shakes his head.
Uh-huh. I'm assuming you saw something.
He sneezes.
Is this going to be a game of charades?
He sends along just what he saw. The line going off to the west, and the line coming off of last, and the same line going off of Fret.
Well, Fret's was a different type of line.
Yes, but it matched up at angle. That's the important note here.
Ah,
And Erebane goes, oh, okay. By the way, you guys, I'm not here. Just to make sure everybody's clear here, I'm not here. Everybody's realizing that I am not here, and that if you're asked where I am, it's not here, right? Right?
Who said that?
Fret gives a thumbs up.
Cool. Erebane
Dr.
goes,
Voldemort just says, who says that? Who said that?
perfect. So, good news or bad news? Well, it's all bad.
Catastrophic.
Fret scribbles out, I brought you a gift, though.
He gives you a look like, oh dear God, why? And then holds up a finger and goes, let me get through this first. Then you can decide whether or not I'm going to be possibly eating you back into Twilight at hyperspeed. Because whenever somebody says that, it's usually dangerous.
Fret looks somewhat offended.
But he knows it's true.
Yeah.
One way or the other. So, Golden Line, right? Gold lines are reserved for Divinity. That place is real. Paint. That you all saw, or he saw. So, it does actually exist. Good news. Some of his people are still around, I guess. Bad news. If it's being bent through the fountain and out into the in-between, or to the west, where the in-between is, he was directly trying to get you guys to walk to the same entity that stole his voice. Thumbs over to, Fret.
Fret has a very concerned look.
Oh yeah, I know where that is, by the way. It's not here, you're fine.
Fret makes a sigh of relief.
Sorry I didn't tell you.
Kind of like when the whole entity that stole Fret's voice gets brought up, Shoal just kind of gets angry cat posture.
Oh, your hackles rise.
Just immediate threat response.
So, I'm pretty sure that the place is real, but it's definitely being redirected. Which means whoever was trying to do it knows about the threads of fate and how to redirect them. So, have fun. Can I have my glasses back now?
Pain shakes his head.
They're probably not useful to you.
Pain sends along the line going off of, the same images that he just did.
Yeah, no, you don't want to follow those.
He sends a long image of Fret, Doggo Fret unable to howl, and then Doggo Fret being able to howl.
You guys are not strong enough to take that guy yet. Or it, she, her, him, whatever.
Pain sends along an image of a blob and paint and a large sheet of paper with a bunch
Shoal
of writing on it.
Shoal is going to interrupt here, gesture at Era and go, do not let me know where that entity is until I am strong enough to fight it, please.
Exactly why I wasn't telling you. Exactly why I'm trying to get my glasses back, because
I am
yet.
morally obligated to go attack it if I know where it's at.
I'm aware, that's why I didn't tell anybody where it was yet. And why I'm trying. Man, give me my glasses back. I understand that you want to go and help, but it will... What happened to Fret is unfortunate, but lucky.
Fret nods.
And if you don't try to run after it anytime soon. It's not going anywhere. It'll be there later.
Paint whines and sends along the line going from Lost.
It's being bent. But you can tell him that the realm is real, and maybe he can find another way there. He has a stronger connection than you. Best not to follow a false line to obvious danger, because whoever's doing this did it intentionally, and it's probably misleading.
Paint sends along
Fret will,
the image of him following his own line to Lost.
Shoal is
Airbane.
gonna pat Paint on the head and just be like, give him his glasses back.
Fret will scribble out. So, there's other things going on that you might like to hear about.
Airbane
also
wavers and
true.
goes, I can hear. I'll get the report later. I promise you. For now, what the fuck? What'd you bring into my city?
Oh, Fret looks so excited. And pulls out a jar and offers it over to Arabin.
He stares at it. He pulls out a jar with a very fat grub in it.
Uh-huh.
Arabane's going to give you the look and slowly take it and shove it into a shadow.
The Jesus fucking Christ, what did you do look?
The why the fuck did you bring this to my city look?
To feed it to you, I assume.
I'll eat it later.
Why, when something goes wrong, is it always you five?
No, it's why it's why is it when fucking something weird comes to the city, it's always Fret.
Well, it's been Fret 3 times now, but there are other recallers. So it's why is the fuck when something comes in the city that I obviously don't want in the city, it's a recaller?
Because we're the ones who leave the city.
Because you're the one stupid enough to leave the city.
Accurate. Shoal is wise, not smart.
He'll be like, thank you, I'll eat it later. Thank you for bringing a literal demon into my city in a jar without telling anybody.
He did tell someone. You.
Funny.
Also, to be fair, technically, he didn't bring it into the city.
Do I want to know more?
No.
No. No. No, no, no. No. Nope. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Don't ask any more questions, please.
Nope. He flops back. Have fun, children.
Fret nods.
By the way, don't bring this whole thing into the in-between. There's a lot of weird things out there, and it may manifest into something way worse.
Oh, the soul fragment thingies that they had?
Yeah. The soul echoes, don't bring them out there.
Paint still has his.
Yeah, that's why he's saying it.
Okay, so just leave it at home.
Leave it somewhere, just don't bring it out there, because if anything's clung to it, the in-between is a weird spot where things can exist just because somebody thinks it. And thinks it hard enough. Or it's, okay, I don't know how to explain it better than things happen there, because it's not real, but it isn't. But it is real. Does that make sense? Probably not.
It's Schrodinger's reality.
Pretty much so. That thing might manifest into God knows what. And that God knows what could be very dangerous.
Accurate.
After
Could
all,
turn
motions
into a
at Twilight. In between is a place where certain Fae have come to exist.
Shoal
Fret
is saying that half as a joke, half as serious.
Fret will just scribble out. Okay, enough of this conversation. Anything else we need to address here?
I'm not here, I'm not here, I'm not here, I'm not here. Telesti's a good boy. I don't know why I find this idea funny. Y'all mortals are handling whatever situation is going on in the city right now. I'm hiding until I am absolutely sure that you guys don't need me. or you do need me.
So,
Hopefully, I
chaos
can bite whoever's
runes
causing
and-
this.
Okay, starting off with Shoal first, and then Dr. Volt.
Shoal just said, hopefully, I can bite whoever's doing this.
Dr. Volt.
So, chaos runes and interflux magic don't push you over that edge.
Do you know how much of that's actually in the city?
That is a distressing question on many levels.
You cause time bubbles just by thinking it all the time. Don't worry about it. Somebody doing it? Well, slightly concerning, yes. But let's see how far you all get, because what happens if whatever it is after me?
I would assume it's then you eat it.
Y'all have too much faith in me.
No, we mostly just have faith in the fact that you like to eat things.
Not an incorrect statement. See what Last and Lost has to say about it. If the moment that he says maybe we need you, I'll get involved. Deal?
Okay.
Fret gives a thumbs up.
Then you swear you hear a mumble in Draconic, God damn it, I'm going to have to get involved in this nonsense.
Draconic. Nope, he has no idea.
Dr.
Any-
Volt will respond in Draconic with probably.
Do you all need anything else?
Paint's already on the top of the
Fret-
bridge
Bye, Paint.
with the
Fret
glasses.
pulls out a Wonder Meal bar and offers it to Airbane.
No, but give me my glasses back, Paint.
Paint's running back into the city, following the line to last.
I will tug you through a shadow.
Fret just looks exasperated and scribbles out, "I'll get them," and
Okay.
then chases after Pain.
What a dog.
It's okay.
Not
If
No
Fret,
take,
Paint.
only throw.
The funny thing is that Erebane was about to just open up a shadow in front of him, so he fell through and ended up right in front of Erebane again. But it let
That
the
would be
chase happen
really
for a
funny.
good 15 minutes or so before doing it to him.
Yeah, because Paint is faster than Fret, so there's no hope of Fret actually catching.
Paint is not faster than Shoal, though.
Yeah. Cue the Benny Hill music.
It's okay. He'll let it go on for a while, and then Paint will end up in front of Erebane again, and Erebane's going to take his glasses off of Paint, then push him back through the shadow to where he was, and be like, "You've got a special ability to find your master. You already know that. Bye, good puppy." No, you cannot keep the relic.
But they're
No,
useful.
you cannot run away with the relic. They aren't, but how would you like to start bleeding from your nose and your ears as your mind starts to cave in? Because technically I was supposed to be making you roll will saves while you wear them for extended periods of time, but I decided not to be that mean.
Oh.
You think walking through a city where you can see the lines of fate, where everybody's all the connections they've ever have is pleasant on a mortal mind?
No.
Technically, it could drive you insane.
Well, you know, when it comes to all of that, Paint is very willing to, suffer to help his friends, and he believes that having them will help his friends.
Yeah, but they're not yours, buddy. So y'all are chasing. Shoal's going to be the one that's going to get the furthest. We'll suddenly watch Paint drop through a shadow and then slowly come back up without the glasses.
However,
Unless Dr.
Shoal,
Volt walked after.
Has Paint lost his momentum?
Yep.
Shoal bowls into him. Bowling pin noises. I mean, I guess I could roll something to see if Shoal like jumps over him or something.
Do you want to jump over him, or do you want to just land into him? Because that seems to be what the two quadrupeds do to each other now.
You know what? I will roll acrobatics to see if I can just jump over him. Do a flip.
Do a barrel roll.
I mean, that's a 24.
You jump over him. No sign of affection for Paint.
Oh.
If you had done it, I was going to be like, hey, look, Paint, another sign of affection.
Nope.
Oh.
No touching.
Oh,
sheer-
you did the cat force field thing.
Yes, just goes over him. It's like
Also,
I'm assuming you have a link to it, Vari.
what?
Oh, I just assumed you had a cat gift
no.
that.
No, I don't. Not for this one. But
So-
just the concept of a cat force field. The you know, when you try to touch a cat and they kind of just they bend around your hand, like avoid.
Like a liquid, yes.
Yes.
So I'm going to go ahead and skip time forward a little bit because I'm assuming Last Lost just reports in what he found in the office. That way more investigation can be done, correct?
Yes.
I'm assuming the group of you all are going to go and find Last and Lost.
Correct.
Shoal is only going to find Last, not Lost.
Unfortunately, they share the same body.
Damn it.
Well, Brett is only looking for Lost and not Last.
We somehow managed to come from two different directions to find him.
I'm assuming Dr. Folt's going to be there, and I'm assuming Paint's going to be there, and I'm assuming you guys are going to go back to the bakery. Are you doing anything specific with the master in this process? It's the only thing I need to know before I let you guys open the roleplay.
Well, the only thing he's going to do with the mask is after they return to the bakery, he's going to lock it. No, not lock it. He's going to put it in a trunk that he has upstairs.
Okay. Go ahead and openly discuss
Swapping out
before
of...
Yeah, just swapping out of that and also getting into casual wear because he wants to relax a little now.
He's got baking to do, and you guys got a discussion to have about everything that you guys experienced today before I end session.
Oh wow, it is that late. Holy shit.
Yeah.
I think the last time I looked at the clock, it was only like 7 something.
Yep.
The fuck? What happened?
Time flies when you're having fun.
Yep. I'm sad. I want more.
I mean, we can stay up.
Same.
No.
I've got another game.
I
have
mean,
work.
we can postpone both of those.
No. I can't.
No.
Get in the discussion.
Also, I would like to note that I am kind of... But RPing to do. But, yeah, I would like to note, though, that I also am kind of on the tired scale a little bit.
Yeah, Vari, we have RPing to do.
Paint is going to, just in the interest of time, he's basically sending along the whole gist of his mission from Ereban involving Last, as well as the thread that he saw and what Era said about it does exist.
And Fret will scribble out Also something Fey
Goddamn
in
Faye.
the
Grr, grr, grr.
in between.
Sorry, I'm doing note things. I will respond, I promise.
Okay.
Paint just looks dejected at Shoal's comments.
Oh.
I'm sure.
Dr.
he
Volt
does-
will comment that since the mask got left behind, clearly you got Paint's message.
I did. I'm glad. I was wondering why you were acting so odd.
I thought it best to leave a potential source of future misinformation in place.
I knew I was being watched somehow. I'm just glad there's not a symbol of chaos written on the inside. Then again, if they made a big one like that, it would have been too obvious to me. I would have felt it.
Fred will scribble out or smelled it. It was detergent.
Oh, right. Senses for me are a little different. He sort of wavers one smoky hand.
Considering you're not entirely solid, yeah, I can imagine so.
I heard someone once what's the word? Compare it to synesthesia?
The whole tasting, feeling, smelling colors
Yes.
as a method of sensation.
I can see magnetic wavelengths, after all. It's not too far-fetched to say that I can feel sense. Though, admittedly, some of my senses are a bit dulled. He brings his left hand up to the eye that, when he's wearing his mask, has the cracked lens over it. My ability to see magnetic wavelengths is diminished compared to most of my species. It's because of drug use.
Squint.
That was well over 100 years ago.
Squint.
There's no way to replicate any of that anyway. And I wouldn't want to go back to it. It was an escape. And not a pleasant one.
Well,
And-
and now your method of escapism is petting the dog.
I was
He
about to
smiles.
say Paint is pushing into Lost lap.
Lost smiles and pets over Paint. And I'm sure Shoal doesn't mean you when he's being so angry about Faye. Even if he says he is.
As long as Paint follows the one rule I set, he can assume that I'm not talking bad about him in particular.
See? Friends already. Ruffling over Paint's head.
At best, we are an acquaintance.
For a cat, that's friends.
I will claw
Fred
you.
nods.
I
I will
invite
claw
you to-
both of you.
I'll take both of those clawings. Paint is too precious for it.
No, not you. Or not Paint. Paint didn't do anything to annoy me. You and Fred.
Fred does the kind of silent chuckle.
Welcome back, Simple.
His claws have gotten sharper since the last time he clawed you.
Paint's just
To be
wagging.
fair.
Paint's just wagging happily, as everybody is getting a mental image of everybody as doggos together.
Oh, this is the perfect time to have you all roll a reflex save, isn't it?
No.
Oh lord.
No.
Is someone bombing the fucking...
Not the bakery.
Bruh, someone's gonna die.
It's that one.
Nat 20.
Damn. Nat 20.
Oh, thank God I didn't roll a 1. I mean, that's...
So that is a 31.
16.
23.
See, it's a lovely day outside, just as it always is here in Twilight, unless somebody is requested for a thunderstorm to roll to. You guys barely have any time to react as you guys are standing by the front window of this bakery. There is a sudden sound that barely gets you all to turn around, with Lass standing right in front of the large window that leads outside, where a bunch of people seem to suddenly be jumping and looking, and the window blows in. And that is where we end tonight.
Shoal is gonna kill
the
somebody.
Window blew into the bakery?
Yes, something outside just happened.
Big explosion.
Shoal is gonna kill a motherfucker.
Oh, you think?
But
it's
yeah,
exploding.
Did everyone sufficiently pass, or?
Oh,
dude.
hell no, we're gonna get to that next
I mean,
time.
I can already tell you that Last Lost failed
God damn it.
miserably.
I like to think that he was standing with his back facing the window and just sort of like leaning on the table as he was standing in front of everyone.
I mean, worst case, if I failed, I can cat's luck.
Something plans didn't go the way they wanted to, so maybe it's time to next time.
Oh God.
On
Quiet didn't work
Dragon
this time.
Ball Z!
No. Quiet didn't work, so he's trying loud.
Well,
Oh,
he's gonna
Lord,
be
it's
loudly...
fucking payday.
He's gonna be loudly screaming when Shoal demonstrates one of his newer feats.
Hold on.
In time, let's go ahead and throw up credit screen and decide who the heck I am going to.
Sorry you didn't get much session here, Simple, but VOD's gonna be there.
Yep, on my YouTube. I'm just going to send them all to Razim like I normally do, because he's having another tabletop game, so there's no reason not to. So over on my end of things, thank you guys so much for watching. Appreciate y'all. Drink plenty of water, take good care of yourselves, get plenty of rest, make sure to hit like and subscribe, yada yada blog. Come to my Twitch channel, hit follow, go ahead and tip if you want to see me and at least Enja suffer, plus possibly other people that I try to convince. Vari may have already accidentally voluntold himself. Thank you also for watching. See you in a couple of weeks. Bye.
And thank you everyone for watching on my end. I may be doing a late night bit of the Grandomizer tonight. Haven't decided yet. It is my 101 game multi-game randomizer. I hope you all had a good time.
Bye.
And over here on my end, thank you everybody for joining. I do plan to go very late tonight on stream, so, plenty more to see here. But check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Patreon, and more. They're on the website as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, tippers, and subscribers. It is your support that keeps this channel alive and going. I cannot do this without your guys' help and your support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It is one of the best ways to support the channel, though we are adding a new feature to it in the very near future, where the support's going to be shared with Whiskers for more passive income for him. I got that, there it is.
Rank up.
Yeah,
Thank you, Era.
It
This
froze.
shall not fall.
But yeah, there's gonna be, brain work. Right. So, income's going to be shared with Whiskers going on the Patreon, and his doodles that he does for the tabletop games and other streams are going to be posted there, and patrons will be able to vote on a doodle to be finished each month. So look forward to that. Consider becoming a patron. But for now, thank you all so much for joining, and I bid you the most fondest adieu.
Bye.
Later, nerds.
Bye.